Alright, hello, welcome back. Thought we could continue looking at the rayspace a little bit. And I actually implemented the well, now it's not working anymore. But I did implement a better, or yeah, a more optimized intersection check, although it's not working right now. But the idea is that you call into the spatial grid to get all intersections. And for this specific one, I want all intersections of a circle with radius 50. And you give a center point and the radius, and then you get all that. And how that's done is essentially, I'm also implementing this as an iterator, which was kind of cool to do, because the first thing that I did was a callback style where you have a function every time you encounter. So we just loop through everything, and every time we encounter an intersection, we would call the callback function. However, I think that using an intersection or an iterator, we could get what you can do in that case is you can kind of control the flow. Like if you want to abort the iteration, you can do that whenever you want. Hey Blue, what's up? When are they gonna reveal the results of the game jam? I think it's in about a couple of days. The voting, so okay, so it was kind of, I've never done this before, so I didn't know how it worked myself, but apparently first there was a public voting where people, I think anyone basically could go in and vote. Anyone with an itch.io account could go in and vote on the game or the games in the game jam. And I think that anyone could have voted, or if maybe only people from within the game jam, I'm not sure. But anyway, that's the public voting. And now there's like a private or a judge type voting where a select few people who have like a lot of experience with games and game development are gonna vote as well. So there's two kind of periods. And the first one is over now. So the public voting is over, where I did receive like, my game was in like the hundreds, 100 rank, like 100, like there was 3 different categories. And I was like in the hundreds of ranked of each one of them. And then after that, they're just going to look at the most popular game. So I don't think my game is even going to be considered for the judges, and that's fair. I think there was like a slight misunderstanding on the theme part though, because I didn't really present my game as having the theme implemented at the start, and to be able to get to the point where the theme actually was implemented, you had to like defeat the first stage. So you can't, like a lot of people were saying like, hey, you didn't implement the theme at all. Even though I said in the description, like, yeah, you can merge weapons and stuff like that. But yeah, so yeah, I guess if they got to that part, they might have voted differently on the theme part, because there was like 3 different categories. There was how well was the theme implemented. That was one of the categories. So yeah, I got a pretty low score on that. So yeah, it would have been smarter maybe to, like, let's say I had a screen that when you, in the beginning of each level, you could like modify your loadout or something, and that would have, then they would have seen that, okay, here's the hex and merge part, But anyway, it doesn't really matter. The thing that I got from the game jam was that it was fun. I shouldn't be, nervous about it or anything. Just do my best and, take lessons from it. You know, you get a feeling for how to plan better, how to make your game better, how to like start the project in a better way. And I think I think I did a pretty good job for my first game jam, but it was, I don't know, there were so many talented developers as well. Like my goal wasn't to win the game jam. Like that was never the goal. The goal was just to enter the game jam and do my best and learn from it. That was the goal there. So I really enjoyed it, and yeah, I learned a lot, and yeah, it was fun, and I'm gonna do more game jams. Just for the love of the game, so to speak. Okay, so but anyway, back to this. So we have the intersection circle iterator. So this one is like, you tell the grid spatial collision system that, hey, I want to get all intersections off this circle. So we're basically storing all information of the iterator needed here. And so here we have the grid, we have the game pointer, which you can access anything basically. We have the grid itself, we have candidates, which is like which grid cells are like within the AABB of this circle, essentially. We have the center of the circle, the radius of the circle. We have current X and Y. This is like if you were iterating through, let's say, just a slice, you would have an index. So this is bookkeeping to kind of say that, okay, this is where we left off. We left off at X and Y. And then Y is kind of the end. If Y is null, then that means we've reached the end, and there's no more things to go through. And we also have, for each cell, for each of these, we also have the cell iterator, because there could be a lot of objects recorded in the cell. And yeah, and then we go through everything in the cell as well. And so here's how that next function looks. The first thing we look is, are we done? So if Y is null, that means we're done, so we return null. And that means the whole iterator is done. Otherwise, we're looking for, okay, well, if we don't have, if this is done, if the cell is done, then we wait, hang on. Now this is wrong, I think. I just immediately realized this. If we do this, then Y is, so we change the row. We shouldn't change the row immediately here. We should change, well, the idea is that we detect somehow if the row needs to change. Actually, this is where the row needs to change, actually. Here we're just checking, okay, is this null? Then we need to create a new one where we are. So I think I'm gonna move this code over here. This is where we should change row. This is where we change row, because we're checking, like, we're increasing X, and then we're also checking, okay, have we moved past our max X? In that case, we reset X to min X. And we should also change the row. So we change the row. And then we also check, have we exceeded our max row? Because then we're done. But if we haven't, then we fall through here and we set this to null, except we could I mean, we could just, yeah, we set it to null and then call next. So then it will loop through again and set the iterator here. But we could also maybe just set the iterator directly here. Instead, we set it because x and y should be updated, and we set and we do the next thing, and then we call next again, and now we should have the iterator populated, and then that's gonna find the next one. But then we're gonna fall through over here. We don't really need this to be null, actually, now that I think about it. So let's actually not set this to null, and there we go. Yeah, I think there was a mistake in there. It's kind of tricky doing these iterators, especially when you have a pretty complex structure to iterate through. Because I couldn't do, even though it's like a one-dimensional array that we're looking through. Still doesn't do anything there. Also, I noticed something as well. Like, I'm not even optimizing the place where we need to optimize. I realized as well, because if I go over to, where is this even happening? Pick up charts, and we just don't do this at all. We don't go through and find it, like find anything to pick up. We don't do any intersection checks or anything. It still lags about the same. So my guess now, like, we could pull up the profiler to check what is actually the issue here, but my thought is that it might be the drawing that is the culprit here. So, and I'm actually not really sure how to tackle that, to be honest. But I do want to fix this first. Okay, so now this first time around, this would be set to the first cell. Okay, we iterate through that. Once that's done, we switch the next cell over. If we're done on that row, we will reset X, increase the row to +1. If we're done on that, on everything, we're done. And we set Y to null to make sure to say that, hey, we're done, essentially. If we're not done, then we create a new iterator on the new cell, and we just return self next again to iterate until we've found either something that collides here, because that's what's happening in here. So in here, we're going through all the entities in one cell. We're grabbing the hitbox of the thing. We're checking if a circle collides with a rectangle, and if it does, then we return this as a iteration result here. And then the next time you call next, we will still go into check Y is null. We still have the iterator saved, so in its state. So we're still gonna go through the next iteration here to check for any other collisions. If we find others, then that's gonna get returned. If we don't find, then we're gonna go through this again. So that should work, unless I'm missing something here. There might be some issues with maybe these coordinates. Pretty sure they should be good though. Should all be like world coordinates. So yeah. And then you are, and then here's how we use it. So we created this iterator, and we just use it as a normal iterator. We while it, we check, okay, what kind of intersection do we have? Do we intersect a grid cell or an entity? Now this for this specific implementation that I didn't implement the grid cell, just because that was not what I wanted to do for this specific use case. But it should be returning entities here. So if we have an entity, we look this up and we check what this is. Should I log here? I'm not sure if I want to, because it's gonna lag as all hell. So it should be a shard. Unless the shards are not actually in the thing. You know what we could do, actually? I could do this, like if is, okay, we need raylib. If is pressed, we could just do this. Pressed, I don't know, space. Because then it's like a one-time thing. You press space, it should be true for 1 frame. So we're just gonna do this for 1 frame. So that's gonna log out the entity that we're intersecting with. So I'm just gonna do this, entity index, and we're also gonna do like is shard okay. So if I do this, I press space, I should get a bunch of logs, hopefully. No? Okay. Interesting. Okay, so it could be that the cells are not populated properly. That could be what's happening. I'm gonna go over to physics, and I believe I added some stuff for this. So here I have, this essentially updates one of the axes or multiple of them. So we update positions, and then I go through every thing in the grid. I try to populate the grid cells with the entities, and then resolve collisions. So that means that everything that is then updated after this should have like cell data updated. So yeah, because we get the hitbox of the shard or anything that has the things, and then we're gonna, hello code guy, what's up? Go through all the grid cells. This essentially just gets all the grid cells that, this essentially like an AABB of where we should put, like of this rectangle here. So it's converting like a world rectangle into grid rectangle, you could say. So we're going through all these min, x, max, s. These are grid cell coordinates. And so, yeah, we're going through and we're populating the cells with these entities. And this one just does this thing here. So yeah, Just watching your stream. Oh, really? Cool. How about you? Ah, very good. Just trying to optimize raylib here, or I mean rayspace. So yeah. Okay, I want to see, do we actually get anything in here then? So if then I want to go through all of the grid data. I want to go through all of these. I want to count let's get the index of the cell. If count is more than 0, we're gonna log out cell as, whoops, that's not where we put that. This many things. Okay, pretty sure I pressed space there. Okay, maybe not. I don't know. Let's just make sure this works at all. So I'm just gonna print out all the cells. Come on. Hang on, I mean, there might be some issue. I might need to click once to have it focused. Press space a couple of times. What? Hang on. Am I crazy? Hang on. Physics. Are we even? Do we have a grid? Like it is initialized to null. Oh my god, we might not actually just have a grid. That might be the issue. Oh man. Okay, let's go to setup. Physics. Okay. This might be the issue here. Yeah, create default grid is not even, we're not, okay, because, yeah, we don't, right. However, the grid, okay, how large do we want the grid size to be? I don't know, actually. It's kind of like a optimized question, I guess. We're gonna divide the whole screen by these things. Let's go to, well, yeah, let's go to screen size. Well, it's really gonna be the world size. And I mean, I believe that over 2, so really it's like 202.5. What's your end goal game? What do you mean? Take over the world? Did you try GTA 6? What? No. It says here, scheduled to release on November 19th, 2026. I'm not really a GTA guy, to be honest. Like I loved GTA 1 and 2, but then when I went over to 3D, I was like, man, this is stupid. I don't know. I'm the odd one out here, but yeah, I'm like old school. I probably would have liked those games. If I like grew up with them or something like that, but we didn't actually have those games. So, like GTA 3, I only played GTA 1 and 2. It's just replica of reality right now. GTA 6, you're gonna find, yeah, that's always the first impression. Jump 10 years ahead, and your comment is gonna be it's gonna, like, that's what we said back when, maybe not when the first 3D games came out, but you're gonna be surprised that people had the same comment about earlier games. I mean, I think the thing that has made the most impression to me to make it look like real life is going to be the Unreal Engine's lighting system, the whatever it is called, lumen or whatever it's called, because that it's all about the lighting. Like, the lighting just makes it look real. It's like it's insane. And of course, you know, texture detail, like if you close up something, then you're gonna see that it's actually not real. But just if you're looking at a scene from a distance, if you have like natural lighting, I'm not saying it's all about lighting. I'm saying that the lighting is like what makes the most difference. Like, I mean, let's say you had, or rather I should say, like, lighting is like incredible how much difference lighting makes. Like, if you have the exact same models and exact same textures, but the lighting system is like lumen, then you could almost immediately see that this is a game. But as soon as you apply the lumen thing, it's like, then you're not sure anymore. So I'm saying like, it's incredible how much of a difference it makes. Hello, Mono. What's up? Can you show me the game you're making? Yes, I can. Although I'm kind of like in a debug mode right now. I'll just change that real quick here, though. Actually, I'm just gonna test something first, if you don't mind. Okay, it crashed. So I'm just gonna do this, and I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to change the mode. Okay, so this I made this game here. This is like was an entry for a game jam where I made a game in 6 days, or well, it was about 1 week. And the theme was, and I'm picking up these charts doesn't work now because that's what I'm working on right now. But you're supposed to be able to pick these charts up, which did work before I started fiddling around with it. But yeah. So the theme was like hex plus merge, where you don't really see much of that right now, but yeah, the game is like, it's like a spaceship shooter, as you can see. You can't really do anything except move your ship around and pick up these shards, which is like money. And so at the end of the stage, you can like buy upgrades, and then you can merge the upgrades and equip your ship with different things. That was the whole idea. And then you go on to the next stage, and so on. So it's kinda like a roguelite, maybe you could say. Spaceship shooter roguelite. If we're being generous, maybe. But yeah, right now we can't pick these up, so that's what I'm working on right now. I'm just gonna maybe I should actually include I could include the link to the thing on the thing. One second. Oh, I already kinda have that, I guess. Except I didn't include a link to the actual game. It's also open source, so you could the link to the repo is in the description, and also link to the game now if you update the page, and the link to the game jam as well, which is currently in voting right now. Alright, thanks. Okay, so let's see what the issue is with this one here. Incorrect alignment. Okay, so that is interesting. That makes me feel like something did not properly get copied over or done properly here. Incorrect alignment. Oh, wait. Maybe we need the actual pointer here. Okay, let's do this. Let's return a pointer instead here. No? What was your biggest downfall? My biggest downfall? Man, you ask the weirdest questions. You're just like blue right now. Sorry. Okay, I get the same error. I don't know. Do you think I've had a downfall? I feel like I haven't even I haven't like I'm like crawling on the ground. I've barely been born, and I'm still crawling on the ground. So I don't think I've even you know I haven't even you know climbed enough height to be able to fall down. I'm not sure what you're talking about, to be honest. Could you explain more what you mean? Like, are you talking in regards to game development? Because, as I said, I've barely started. Or streaming, and same answer there. Oh, wait. The grid. Let's make this a pointer. Yeah. The grid needs to be a pointer. Here we go. Oh man, I hate this pattern. I hate this pattern here. I want to like what is a good thing here when you like a good pattern when you want to get you have an optional, but you want to get the pointer to it. So I know how to do it in one way. Like you could do this, and then you get the grid out like this, and then you have an else return. So this pattern works, like, but I just don't like this pattern. I would rather have like or else work in some way. Like, I'm not sure. Can you do maybe like this? Does that work? Wait, does that actually work? That works, but it says pointer to a constant. So it's a pointer to this stack copy instead of being pointed to the actual source. It's a little bit unclear, but I know this way you get a pointer to the actual source on the thing you get out from here, and the grid you get the pointer to this thing instead of making a copy and then getting the address to that. Okay, well, anyway, let's see if that works better. It's probably some other issue, yeah, or maybe it's the same issue. We'll see. Incorrect alignment again. Yeah, same error. Okay. So it's when we clear. So we get the grid cell, or the grid pointer, yes. And this is also a pointer. So it should be the same, we should be get the original thing. We get the cell. So it might be that it wasn't initialized properly. Which we do say it's empty. However, we might not initialize the cells properly, actually. Okay. Setup, so default grid, we initialize the grid here. Oh, because we just allocate and then we don't do anything. Okay, so we should actually, okay, so cells or data is this. And then we also want to go through the data. And each cell should be .init, or, well, there's no .init function though, but we can create one. Gives us a cell. There we go. So now we're properly initializing the cells. Okay, so we got a little bit further. Thank you, Tryan. What's up? What's up? Welcome, welcome. Imagine if you had YouTube channel 5 years back, would you have more than 1 million? Probably not. Will you learn another language? Only Zig? I mean, I know a lot of languages. It's just that I really like working with Zig. I've shown Zig. I've shown like TypeScript, Haskell on channel. A little bit of C as well. Maybe I look into like Odin and Rust, but I don't know. Maybe like a very shallow dive into the thing. Reason. I just love Zig. I'd rather program in Zig. that's the gist of it. Like I do love exploring languages. It's just that I've been on a Zig, and I really enjoy working on these projects in Zig as well. Like I feel like it's a difference also from just doing like a short dive into a language to learn like the basics, to going to do an actual larger project. It's like two different things. So I'm right now I'm like enjoying that part of Zig where I'm still learning things about the language, but I'm also learning how to kind of make larger projects as well in this language. Okay, so we got this now. Index out of bounds. Interesting. 179. Okay. That comes from 278, probably from the iterator. Yes. I wonder if maxx could ever exceed the width, actually. No, it doesn't look like it's definitely built to not do that. Planning to do embedded system dev? Probably not. Like I've toyed around with it in my spare time, like here and there, like very, 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 very sparingly. I do have a bunch of hardware components, but that's not like, yeah, I toyed around with it just for fun. I tried to make a breadboard computer, which was a really fun project, and you get this sense of more intuition of how a computer actually works, but with like the CPU and in relation to everything else and stuff. But at least the basic systems, you know, you get the basics, but it's not really something that I'm like. It's very interesting, but I'm more passionate about game dev. The game development is what I'm actually like the most passionate about, I would say. But I will say that when I started with web dev, it was like I was totally uninterested in it, because that's not really what I wanted to do. Like, I wanted to get into game development, but there was so little opportunity at the time, and there was a lot more opportunity in web development. And once I started, you know, learning more about it, it became more interesting, because, you know, I'm also just interested in programming in general. And it became interesting just knowing stuff about it. The more I knew about it, the more interesting it kind of became. But yeah, I've always wanted to do game development, and this is like my chance to actually go in and just do a project and try to make games. So that's what I want to do, and that's what I'm doing. Okay, I'm not sure why this is happening. Index 82. Because it's like, this is pretty much guarding against being over max x and max y. Because if we're over max x, we're resetting to min x. We're adding 1 to y. We're checking, are we over? If we are over, then we don't do anything else. We return, we abort. Otherwise, at this point, we should be either x is max x or less, or it's min x, and y should be less than max y or equal. So, and because it jumped to 82, that makes me think that it's probably y that changed, because otherwise we would just get 1 over, but now we get multiple over. Okay, I guess we'll just log it out. This should all happen in one frame. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say, after this happens, I'm gonna do this is pressed space log out x. So let's log out cell at this x and y. Now I should be able to, actually this is gonna crash, isn't it, before I can do anything. Wait. Oh, it didn't actually crash first. Hello, hello, Solacorium. What's up, what's up, what's up? Welcome, welcome. Well, let's try again. No, I think it's as soon as I have the mouse cursor on the screen. If I press space now, Right. Are we stuck? What's happening? No, that can't be it. No, god damn it. Yeah, it went away. Okay. Okay. Will they make an FPS game? Maybe. Probably. At some point. Tired, hope you're well. Ah, sorry. Is it early or... Sorry, I forgot your time zone. Were you the Canadian, Solo Korean? I'm doing good. Man, I'm so bad at remembering things. I'm sorry. Oh, 30 South Africa. Okay, yeah. Wait, you have the same time zone as me? I thought South Africa was like a little bit to the west, but maybe I'm wrong. Do you have multiple time zones? Oh, cold guy, 4:40 p.m. Right. Because you're in India, right? I do remember you, code guy. I just don't remember where everyone is from. Or other details. I remember, you know, your personality and your name and stuff, you know. Span across 2 time zones, but they only use 1. Okay. Yeah, I don't have that bad memory. It's just that I don't remember all details of everyone. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna be a good streamer because of that. I don't know. Anyway. South Africa. I'm just gonna check something here. Because I'm pretty sure that there is like a place in South, yeah, Cape of Good Hope. So that's what we always, on geography lessons, we always, like in Swedish, we call that Goda Hoppsudden, which means, well, it means Cape of Good Hope, yeah, but in Swedish. I always thought that was kind of like a funny name, but I mean, it's a kind of serious, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure why it's named like that. Maybe it's because it's a treacherous sea or something. I don't know. But I do remember that it was like at the bottom of Africa. Better create a bot that will register the user's name there. What do you call a hot girl in Swedish? I don't know, man. Well, you kind of, I think you say like snig. Snig means hot, you could say. Snig tjej. Yeah, almost. Well, well, it's more like snig, not snig. It's a different vowel. I mean, there's a lot of ways to say it, but you know, it's more or less, you know, the way I said it is more like a neutral way to say it, I guess. But you wouldn't, I don't know. No. Go and look it up. There's a lot of nuances to that, depending on social situations and, you know, stuff like that. Okay, anyway. Okay, so what the hell is happening? We got a whole bunch, like we got too many logs here. Not sure what's up with that. Maybe we should have like more while loops here. Like while, instead of doing this, like let's say, actually, okay, I'm gonna do two things. I'm gonna change you to just be a use size, and then I'm gonna have is done, just a bool, and that's just gonna be false. Okay, and here we're just gonna check, are we done? Then we're done. Return null. Otherwise, we'll start at, well, y is less than or equal to candidates max y, and while x is less than or equal to candidates max x, then we do this, and at the end of each here, I'm going to increase, well, I guess we can defer in here. And also, if, well, no, we'll just defer. Actually, then we don't need is done. I just realized, because we know x will or y will be too large. Okay, this just could be a test here. No, because now, yeah. And when we're done with the cell, we get the next cell. That's gonna happen in the defer here. No, it's not. Because if we, no. Yeah. This is gonna happen over here. And this is not happening over here. This is happening over here. Okay, x plus equals 1. Actually, we can just do this. Yeah. So next time it's gonna go in here and it's gonna check, are you done? If you are done, we return null. Okay. It's gonna go in here. Are you done? Then we change the row and try next row. Yeah, this is way more easier to think about. And then, Wait, I have a cool idea. Want to know for a game? Sure. Shoot, man, shoot. And then we're checking, okay, if x is less than or equal to max x, then we go ahead and grab the cell, we iterate through the cell. The problem is now, when we, okay, the problem here is that when we continue again, so we return from here, and then we call this again, we're gonna get a new iterator. That's not what we want. We don't want a new iterator. We want to keep calling our old iterator until it's done. So this is not the place where we create a new iterator. Actually, it's going to be after this, if we're still like in a correct coordinate. That's the thing. So maybe cell ID might be optional. Actually, yeah. Okay, let's make it optional again. Making it optional. Here we're setting it to null instead. And here we're gonna check like if this is null, then we initialize it. Okay. Otherwise, or then, and then we're going to go through, yeah, but here we're gonna set it to null because we're done with this cell and we need to go to the next cell and then we can reinitialize it. But if we, let's say we go through return here, we call this again, next time this should still be the same, this is the same, this is not null, so we're not going to initialize. Then we go through here and call next again here and continue on with iteration. Yeah, this was a way easier way to think about this actually. And then we change the row, and if we're done with the rows, we fall out and we return null, then we're done with everything. And then if you call next again, we're still going to be done here. So that's there we go. Yeah, that was way better, I think. Cool. However, it's probably won't work anyway. Okay, code guy, you can go ahead. Maybe you're typing out. Where's this coming from, actually? We're going through all the cells. We have 80 cells. Why is it going through it again and again? Wait, are we going through it? No, we're not going. We're just going through it once, right? Yeah. Oh, we're going through it once each entity. Okay. I see. I see. So I'm gonna move you. Also, we can see that at cells 17 and 18 we have like over 100. Yeah. Okay. So we are getting it populated now. Cool. So if I remove you, I try this again. Press space. Okay, now it's not printing anything, I think. Well, okay, here we go. Now we get things happening. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Finally someone who doesn't vibe code. Yeah, you know it. Sour... or... no, sorry. So you my sad man. What's up? Sorry if I mispronounced your name. I was trying to see if you were. I mean, either it's your real name. Sorry about the pronunciation there, or it was you know your you know, a fake name. Code Guy, you can add different modes at start, like practice mode, boss mode, customizable mode, where user can customize alien spaceship and the spaceship theme changes. Kind of is a good idea. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a lot of work, but yeah, those are good ideas. Boss mode, like where we have in different games, right after a certain interval, players survive, boss ship summons, and we need to take it out. Boss ship drop power up certain and there. Yes. After completing that, the boss it continue and normal spaceship comes, and then after a certain time, new boss summons. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, okay, you actually gave me an idea there as well. So what if, like, let's say, because the stages are kind of long, it's like 10 waves, and it feels like it's overstaying its welcome a little bit. But that's kind of what I want. But there needs to be more interesting things happening. So what I'm thinking is, like, in the middle of the stage, what if you face like a mini boss, and where the mini boss gives you a random upgrade. So you defeat the mini boss, you get a random upgrade, and then you also have a chance to kind of switch out, like after the halfway of the wave, you get a chance to switch out or merge your upgrades, and so you can that kind of gives spices it up a little. Wave spaced, or you can add laser at edges. You need to dodge them. Yeah, I was also thinking about that, like having like an obstacle course, like some waves are obstacle courses instead of having enemies. Because since you're using the mouse or the touch, it kind of becomes like just, dodging obstacles, essentially. Which could be a fun, like, challenge in the middle of a wave or something like that. Then you could have like maybe arrows pointing, hey, there's like obstacles coming here or something. And you can add props to your spaceships as well, like small upgrades. I mean, I'm not sure if you've seen the game, but yeah, you can do that right now. Or do you mean like other upgrades? Because you can get upgrades for the ship and switch them out. You can like modify your ship however you want with things that you can, after each stage you can buy an upgrade, and then you can switch out upgrades. It's just that you don't see them right now. Yeah, you don't see that you're supposed to be able to see the actual gun and the modifications on the ship itself. I just don't. I just haven't implemented that yet. Okay, so where are we here? But yeah, good talk. Interesting ideas. So it's gonna crash? No? Okay, so at least, well, okay, it does crash. Okay, we get the same issue here, except now it's a different out of bounds number. But, hello Phil, welcome back. Yeah, I had the idea of also, like, I already implemented the basic structure for switching out for different types of spaceships. So you could, like, if I make a larger spaceship, you can have more upgrade slots, so you can switch out more weapons You can have a store where you have different spaceships. Yeah. Well, my idea was more like unlockables. So it's like it's kind of like a roguelite. So it's like you unlock a new spaceship. Well, there is a point to maybe you can like, I don't know. Some games you can like choose body type. Some games you get like maybe you get like a random body type. Other times and then the body types has like different pros and cons. But my idea was more like, well, you start out small and then you get like a larger ship with more parts that you can install, but I guess the con is you get like a larger hitbox as well. I mean, okay. Hang on. I'm just gonna do a thing here to show you. I'm not sure if you've seen the entire game. So if I do this and I go here and actually let's go over here, and instead of going, so then let's see, menu, restart, actually let's go to update. Yeah, the thing is, like, adding bosses, it sounds, I don't know if you think it sounds easy, but it's not. It's like each boss takes a considerable amount of time to figure out. You know, not least the graphics and, you know, the behavior, the idea. You know, there's a lot of things going on with a boss. So you're saying like, yeah, let's add a boss mode. It's like, yeah, but I don't even have one boss implemented in the game, which was one of the bonus features that I wanted to add if I had time to it, but I didn't actually I couldn't make it. So I had an idea for a boss, like one boss, but that was it. So it's not just, yeah, let's just add this, you know, it's gonna take a lot of time. I would rather try to keep improving like the base gameplay of the game and try to, you know, find more like bosses. Is like, it kind of feels like a separate thing. It kind of feels like that's a separate kind of mode almost. I want to make the main mode of the game as fun as possible before trying to like tack on a bunch of, you know, other things. Is my idea. Where am I? What am I doing here? Oh yeah, so we have execute. This does a whole bunch of different things. We are starting the game. Yeah. So start game. So what I'm thinking here, instead of going to gameplay and starting the next stage, what we're going to do is we're going to go into the modification. So this would actually go into the modification state. Okay. So this means that when we start the game now, the first screen you're gonna see is the kind of the inventory. So I'm gonna press start. Now we get to the inventory. Okay, I'm not sure if you've seen this code guy based on your comments here, but this is your ship and this is your your equipment here, and this is my inventory. I have this machine gun that you start with. You can like put it at different places. You can switch sides here, but this is the only thing we start with. Okay, and then you press continue. This basically starts the level here. So now we're in the first level. I'm not sure if you've seen that, because you said that, hey, why don't you have like upgrades that you can equip the ship with? Yeah, so that's already like in the game. But yeah, and then between also like in between each stage, you can buy one upgrade, and then you can like merge weapons or modifications and you know, equip those as well between each way. But I think that this makes sense to start with the modification, so then you can kind of, you're presented with, hey, this is your ship, you have an inventory, this is your weapon, let's start. Maybe, you know, in the future, maybe we'll have, I'm not sure if I'm gonna do a whole bunch of stuff on this game, but I want to work on it maybe here and there a little bit to kind of, you know, it's like a game that I can like upgrade every once in a while, because it's like, it's one of those games where you can basically just add a thing here or there, and that's gonna make a massive improvement, because all of a sudden now you have a new weapon, or now you have a new modification that you can use, and it's gonna be randomly added to everything else that's already in the game. All the enemies are going to be able to use it as well, and you are going to use it as well. So it's kind of like a nice way to kind of have a game where you can just update it every once in a while. Okay, anyway, let's go back to what we're doing. Game. And let's go back to the debug mode, because I want to fix this thing. So what I want to do here is, I want to check, do we have this still? Yes. Index 80. This is still get cell 263. Oh, now we're here. Wait. Okay, so now we're here actually. Now we're at this point, and we're at the end. I'm gonna check something here. If self x plus self y times grid width is more than or equal to self grid data length, then I want to log out cells exceeded, cell index exceeded, candidates. So we have min x, min y, oops, min x, min y, and then like max. Whoops. All right. So if this bug occurs, we're now going to get some information about that. Seems to only occur at some specific points. Not sure exactly how. Maybe close to the center? No, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm trying all the extremes, which you usually find, like edge cases. Okay, I don't really know why this is not working now. Interesting. We didn't actually get anything there. What are you giving me here? I can't really open your link there. I think it's your personal chat that I can't see. I think, because when I click the link, I get to... I can't access it. Let me try now, because I've logged in now. Hang on. Sure. Yeah, I can't access that. I think because it's your personal chat there. So you would have to copy or ask maybe GPT to give you like a document or a markdown or something. Okay, I'm just gonna be a couple of minutes here. Be right back. All right. Sorry about that. Try this one. Okay. Oh, let me see here. If your friend's making a spaceship and zig+raylib, don't make another Galaga clone. Wait, I'm pretty sure Galaga is exactly what I'm making here. Why is it saying that? Why is it being so negative here? Like, I want to make a Galaga clone. If I want to make a Galaga clone, I'll make a Galaga clone. Like, what? Who are you to question what I'm trying to make? Huh? Like, yeah. This is exactly what I'm making here. God damn it. Give it one mechanic that people instantly remember. Here are some ideas with visual references. Yeah, I think it's because I mean, I think it's just because it's pretty common or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. It's just an incredibly fun idea. So it's like, well, screw you. I'm gonna make it. Gravity combat. Ships fight around planets that have gravity. Bullets curve. Enemies get slingshot around planets. What's this? I don't get these fancy screenshots when I ask things. What the hell's this? Like, wait. Is this from the internet? This can't be generated, right? It references, okay. Okay, we got portals, like, well, this looked like black holes, to be honest. This is like the real black hole photo here. And then these are, yeah, okay. And we've got, like, I don't know what's going on here, planets and stuff going on. I mean, I would like it would be cool to make one of those open world games where you fly around in a spaceship, you go around doing missions, you gather resources, you upgrade your ship, you like do a bunch of different things. Like, yeah, that would be really cool to make like one of those kind of games. But yeah, this game is not really that game. It's yeah. And then it would be maybe cool to introduce maybe some gravity stuff. I mean, we could still have gravity stuff. Like, okay, one of my inspirations for rayspace is also a really cool game called Nova Drift. Actually, I'm gonna play Nova Drift for you so you can see what this is, because this is an awesome game. Hello, Penguin Operator. What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome back. Let me show you this game, because this game is awesome. Nova Drift. So this is a roguelite game, sort of, I guess. Let me see if I can get this capture here. Should be this thing. Yeah, here we go. All right, so I played this a little bit, you could say. Let's see if we can get my controller to work here. I'm not sure if it registered my controller properly. Okay, I'm gonna restart. One second. All right. No, it still doesn't work. What the hell? Oh, wait. I know what the issue is. I actually disabled controller on Steam because it kind of messed with raylib when I was debugging stuff. So I have to go in and do stuff here. Settings. Controller. Now what do I actually do here? Steam input. Enable Steam input. Whoops. Okay, I changed the settings. Maybe, hopefully it works now. Okay, now it works. You can't see the gameplay. Do you see it now? Alright, I'm gonna turn off this and let's just do a normal run. These are the challenge modes. I usually play like all, but let's just do this, I guess, like just a basic game. And let's see if I can remember how to play. Wait, how do I... Wait, where's the... Oh, there we go. Okay, so essentially it's kind of like Asteroids a little bit, but you know, there's enemies coming at you and you get upgrades. So basically you receive a bunch of like money and then you can buy upgrades. And then the first upgrade you get like a weapon and then you choose. All weapons are pretty cool. Dart is pretty nice. Railgun, split shot. I'm just gonna do the split shot here. And then what's cool about this is that there's like different builds as well. And I don't know, I just love the aesthetics of the game and yeah, just the gameplay in general. Pretty bad dodge there, but you can also destroy asteroids to get like a little bit of shards as well. Okay, next thing here, you get a shield upgrade. So you basically choose, you choose one type of weapon. So now we're stuck with this type of weapon all game, unless we switch it out later. I think you can do that. I'm not sure actually, but you can. Now you get like one type of shield. You don't like the graphics? Well, it's not for everyone, but the gameplay is really, really cool. So one type of shield you can get like Halo, which is like a fire shield, so everything like near you take burning damage. Siphon is like also kind of like you drain shields of things near you to get to your own shield. So you have a shield and you also have hull, which when the shield is depleted you take hull damage instead until you're dead. But this will restore your shields. And it also deals damage to the enemy shields, extra damage. Warp is like when the shield is destroyed, you get like a warp ability, like automatic warp that also damages enemies. This temporal is pretty cool. It like slows down time in your shield radius. Reflect reflects projectiles. Amp increases your damage. And orbital, it's like a special type of shield that has like orbs instead of a shield around you or something like that. But these also, there are more types of shield, but you get like a random selection of shields. I really like temporal is like OP, so I'm just gonna pick that. And these guys can be... Yeah, so there's a lot of different enemies. And one thing that can happen in this game is that there can be a black hole coming in. And that kind of plays with the gravity aspect. And now you pick a hull type. And this is also like randomly generated. You have to stick with the hull type that you choose. Every hull type has like a different play style. And so engineer is pretty cool. You can like build other constructs that kind of follow you around or like attack enemies around. You have carrier, which is kind of the same thing, but you get like a larger body. Research. I don't remember what this... You can kind of manipulate the upgrades that you get or something like that. Leviathan is kind of weird. It's like a snake. You get like larger, every time you level up you get larger body. So it's kind of like a, you know, the old snake game. Battery is pretty cool because you get more projectiles. I'm probably gonna choose battery. And see, now the weapon changed. So now we have two, you know, volleys coming out. And it's gonna, I think those are laser guys, yeah. That can be pretty deadly. So you can see I basically copied the mechanic of hoovering in these shards coming out. However, I can't, yeah, okay, so you can't change the gear, so I can't change out the weapon or shield or body, but you have only one to select from. So if I want to switch to a grenade weapon, I can do that. However, you probably want to just upgrade your stuff that you already have. So here's your, now we're in like normal upgrade mode where you can select like different upgrades. So you can upgrade your weapon. The red ones are like weapon upgrade. The blue ones or purplish is like shield upgrade. And then these are hull upgrades. And then the orange ones are constructs where you can get like an ally here, mines, different types of things. And also to the right you can see kind of like a diagram of if you get this upgrade, now you unlock these upgrades next time, and then at the end you would upgrade this one here. So I usually go for like, you know, let's go for more damage because that's how we roll. But it is going to be important also going for defensive stuff as well at some point. But damage is like the most important. Alright. You can also go full defensive builds, which is also pretty OP because then you just run into enemies and they die, essentially. But yeah, it's a really cool game. And now you have like a whole bunch of different cool things. I can get AoEs for my weapons. I can get faster weapons, more damage, more projectiles, larger attacks. I can get a splinter type of thing. Let's get the splinter. That's like when the weapon yeah, you can see like when it collides with the enemy, you get these smaller splinters that shoot out as well. And those do a lot of damage, I think. There we go, that's the enemy boss. Alright, charge shot's pretty cool. Rapid fire, I'm gonna go for charge shot, because then you deal a lot of damage. Although this particular weapon is not super great for short shot though. But I will probably try to get better upgrades here, but yeah. Let's see, we got a big guy coming at us here. So the cool thing about this game is also like the kind of twin stick shooter action, because you get like the dodging mechanic, the speed of the ship plays a role, and like the positioning, because you can't just instantly go from one side to the other. You have to like go, you know, transport yourself with the engine. And let's continue getting these weapon upgrades. Targeting is pretty cool because you will get increased, like kind of homing projectiles a little bit. All right. How many people worked on this one? I'm not sure, but it's been out for a while, and they're still doing a little tiny bit of updates to it. I think I haven't been paying too much attention, but I've been playing it for a while. I had a period where I played this like all the time, but not in a while, because I kind of did everything that I could. They do have like a daily challenge thing, but yeah, I've basically played this. Played this until I couldn't play it anymore, because I played it too much, essentially. Yeah, but I just wanted to show, like, this is one of the inspirations for my game, is this game right here, because you get like the upgrades, they drop like money that you can buy new things. But this game is more based on like experience. It's like they drop experience orbs and you increase your level, and then you upgrade during during gameplay and not like between stages. Also, there are not really stages in the game. It's more like waves. But there are bosses in this game. Okay, he's deploying his turrets here. And it's starting to become a little bit too much for me. Ow. How different is the game server versus a web development server? I don't really know, because I'd never actually implemented like a game server, but that would be another cool thing to try and make like a server-based game, maybe a multiplayer game. That's a whole nother beast though. But yeah, that would be cool to someday make a multiplayer type game. Yeah, my weapon is really bad right now. Even though I've spent full upgrade, this just shows how bad this kind of specific weapon is. The split shot is like one of the worst weapons. I should have picked something else. And I'm pretty low on health right now. Can this guy please? Ugh. Like this boss, or this kind of big thing, has been here a long time now. This guy. Can this guy please explode? Is it healing or something? Maybe it's healing. Okay, there we go. Maybe I'll get some better stuff here. Warpath. So you also have rerolls. I have 16 rerolls, so I can actually press a button here to reroll. See if I can find the button. B. Okay, there we go. I can increase number of volleys. So this one is nice. The burst fire. This is perfect here because this will really increase damage output here. Because instead of just doing one volley, it's gonna burst. It's gonna do like several volleys every charge here. I think that's what's happening, anyways. Oh man, we got another one. Okay, I think we've like really increased our damage now. Payload, yeah, let's go with that. More damage. Oh shit. These guys really have high damage. I'm not dead. Sometimes you have to pay attention to your health. This guy has a really mean close attack. Look how much more damage I'm making with these upgrades now. Alright, Snipe is pretty cool. It gives you more damage based on how far away you are when hitting the enemy. And it's a really good combo with homing. Alright, now we're talking here. Still pretty bad weapon to have, but whatever. Yeah, let's get some more homing here. What's nice about charge, of course, you can start a charge. Here we go. Here's a proper boss. This boss, you have to go into the center. Oh shit! And start firing. It's vulnerable boss. It's like in the center here. But I do have a pretty good weapon right now, so I can just go in here and I can charge up and boom. However, now. No, yeah, now it's just a matter of doing the last bit of damage here. And you think to yourself, oh, what are we gonna do now? Well, I could just go to the other side here, because it's like asteroids where you can go to the edge of the screen and wrap around. Okay, burn damage. I can get more projectiles. Sure, let's go with that. Oops. Maybe I'll go with like blast damage if I can find it later. I think they got inspired by virus and bacteria. Okay. Like for the enemy design or something? Is final boss called C programming? I think you can just avoid C by choosing to go with zig. I don't have to face the final boss in that case. Look at this. It's also a smart way to make the graphics here, because it's like you don't have to do any pixel art. It's mostly, I think it's like vector-based graphics or something like that. So it's kind of simple shapes. Yeah, pretty smart way to do the graphics actually. Alright, I could get Mastery, which is a super mod, which you can only get from in certain circumstances. which does a pretty good upgrade compared to normal stuff. But you will get this over and over. So now I got the blast radius. So this kind of like a roulette here, or I mean, yeah, a random thing here. So I'm gonna get the blast radius actually. It's pretty good against like monsters that are close, or monsters, I guess enemies. Don't forget to pick up the actual money. These guys are built to ram you and deal like suicide attacks. What is this? This is like one of the games that kind of inspired rayspace here. Okay, I could go for this one that enhances the shield, which will increase the radius of the time slowdown effect and also the amount of time as well. See, when they enter this area, their time kind of slows down. That's pretty cool effect there. I wanted to have something similar in rayspace. Maybe I'll get to that at some point. Alright, this is the last upgrade for the homing stuff. So now my homing should be maxed out, which is real good for a sniper build here. And yeah, dodging this guy is pretty simple. Just go back and forth like this. I do want to have more graphics. Oh yeah, graphics. I mean, yeah, this guy spawns a black hole. So now you can see the kind of the thing that I was talking about. This was kind of what I wanted to show. Oh, no. Okay, I actually went through the black hole. You get spit out. You take a bunch of damage, and you get spit out again. So you don't actually die, but you do get like transported, and you take a lot of damage. So you can die from it. But as long as you're outside of its influence, you're pretty good. What language do you hate the most? Probably like PHP. If I was forced to work in PHP, I would be pretty sad. Notice how the camera zoomed in there. You got like a larger sized screen to work with. Okay, we can get concentrated blast. I can improve that. Sure, let's go with that. Whoops. All right. So yeah, maybe, you know, maybe I could figure out in rayspace like how you could make the game more like, I don't know, the movement, making the movement more important or something like that. I mean, it's pretty important because you want to avoid, you kind of, it's like the movement is also very tied to where you aim as well. Maybe you want to think about what could the potential be of making interesting weapons based on the movement. In this game, it's like, yeah, you have the sniper, which is like the farther away you are, the more damage you do. Firing array. Let's get mastery, why not? And then also there's like melee weapons. There's like, you can do a ram build where you do a lot of damage when you like go fast into the enemies. You take damage, but you take like, you build your ship so you take like reduced damage, but you also deal increased damage when doing that. I can increase the speed of the ship, which is pretty good to avoid stuff, so let's get that. Oh, a black hole. Okay, we can increase, we can get like fire damage after we move. I can get an ally. Let's get, this is pretty cool actually. Yeah, more time manipulation. I'll play one round of this, or like one game of this. It's pretty short game, I believe. Well, maybe I'm not sure if we're like halfway through, or it's been quite a while since I played this last time actually. Let's get more AoE. Okay, here we go, another boss. There's like a lot of nice variations to the bosses in the game as well, and they kind of mimic the kind of builds that you can do yourself as well. So a lot of the ideas in this game is what I got for rayspace as well. You know, maybe, okay, what we can do actually for the game is maybe we could actually extend the resolution, because the original idea of the game was that it was supposed to be ran on like mobile, since they were saying like, hey, it should work for touch. So I was like, okay, well, so it should work on mobile, right? So it should have like a mobile aspect ratio, but you know, 720 is not a mobile ratio. Like, I'm not sure why that decision was made, or why touch was so important, but I mean, I might be missing something there. So that's why I made the game like it was. Someone actually complained about the resolution of the game. Well, the resolution is still 720, but the actual gameplay is like bound to the center of the screen. in a mobile ratio aspect ratio. Let's see. I can get antimatter rounds are insane actually, so I'll get those. It's like a self-damaging weapon, but now your weapon does like a lot more damage. I'm not sure if that was like an unlockable. Or if there even are unlockables in the game. I don't actually remember. Okay, let's reroll. We have like a lot of rerolls. Let's get this one. It's just it works pretty well with charging. It's like whenever you're not firing, you get increased generation. Actually, I'm not sure if it works while charging. Maybe it doesn't. So maybe that was a bad choice. Because I'm basically always charging. Oh well. There we go. Some AoE stuff. We can get a fire damage. Yeah, let's get that. Okay, when you get to this point, I guess the weapon is kind of it's kind of good, but there are a lot better weapons though. I really like the ray gun. Because it deals a lot of damage. We got this kind of warping fast enemy here. Gonna have to trick this guy by turning unpredictably a little bit. You have to kind of calculate how to avoid. You can kind of tell when it starts to accelerate. Yeah. There we go. Running out of weapon upgrades. What should we get? Firing. Okay, yeah, let's get that one. here we go. Here's... Oh, shit. Here's one of the more difficult guys. Does a lot of damage if you get hit. And he has like a fire... Pretty quick enemy. You need a lot of damage to be able to deal with these guys. Well, I kind of dealt with that guy pretty quickly, but yeah. Okay, I guess we'll increase burn damage, because we have a little burn damage going on. You can also go like a full burn build with like burn shields and burn weapons. Corrosion, purge. Let's go corrosion. Here we go. Here's the end boss coming in here. This is the... You can kind of see the sun comes in and you see it in the background there. That's the boss. So it's gonna come in from the right side. Yeah, I'm just gonna win. This is the boss. Come on, you wanted me to play this game. Oh. Little asteroid warping fun happening. Wait, where's my shield? I have my shield. It's just smaller because the camera zoomed out. There we go. And that's the game. But then there's like a lot of different things. Like you can do like endless mode, which is usually what I do, and enable all difficulty. There's like a bunch of different difficulties, a bunch of different modes. There's like the daily challenge mode, draft mode, where you kind of begin with a bunch of upgrades that you kind of choose from to kind of quick start the game and try out like a bunch of different builds and stuff. I basically tried out all different builds that I've been interested in. So I kind of played this game until it's not fun anymore for me. So, but yeah, I basically explored everything that I can find in this game. I'm not really, I don't want to get like on the leaderboards or anything like that, but I've explored enough on this game. So yeah, really cool game. I really enjoyed that game. So I highly recommend that game if you want to try it out. I'm not sure if they have like a demo. It's available on Steam if you want to check it out. But yeah, there is a demo actually, so you can actually just check it out. But yeah, anyway, so a huge inspiration for this game, and yeah. Anyway, let's try and figure this out. Okay, I'm just gonna grab a glass of water and I'll be right back. Oh hey, thank you Nexon RL for the follow. 1 hour ago. Sorry for not mentioning that. Cool. All right. Okay, so I never got this log here, I don't think. Yeah, because I never got this to crash again. Which is strange. Also, the thing doesn't actually work. But yeah, I guess we'll keep this around until we get this error again. You know what? Let's do this. Let's go to draw. I want to draw the no. So what I want to do is I want to grab the grid. Okay, now we have the grid. we're gonna loop through all the cells. Let's just, I guess, well, doesn't matter. Maybe it does matter, I'm not sure. And we're gonna, no, it probably doesn't matter. So I'm gonna get, yeah, I want to draw each cell, and I want to draw it. We can get the count. So this is the number of entities in the cell. Objects count. And we're gonna draw the cell as a rectangle. So we're gonna get the position, which is based on the index here. So x, no, stop it. X is gonna be equal to I mod grid width. Okay. And then y is I over the hell, over width. And so that's the position. Position is going to be game vector in photon in x and y, and then we scale or multiply by grid cell size. Okay, we just do that. Okay, so now we got the position, we got the, we also have the size, this grid cell size. All right, and now we're gonna draw rectangle, position, size, and then color. I'm gonna do alpha 0.3 or something, 4. And oh yeah, it's gonna be like, so I want the color to kind of depend on the count. So let's do this. And then color is going to be, I'm just going to do like if count is less than or equal to, well, if count is 0, then we're going to draw it like gray. Oops. Yeah. Otherwise, if count is less than 100, we're going to draw it like blue. Count is less than 200. I'm gonna draw it. Actually, no. Let's do 50. 100 is gonna be green. Count is 150. It's gonna be yellow. 200. It's gonna be orange. Otherwise, it's going to be red. Okay. So there we go. So now the kind of the we can see visually. We're going to be seeing the grid, where the grid is, and also we're going to see the kind of the color of each cell. And I also want to draw lines. Sure, let's do that. So on top of the thing, we're gonna draw the lines. Actually, let's just do this. Let's just scale the size down a little bit. So first we're drawing that. I also want to add What's this gonna be? Half of this? And that color is gonna be like white. No, this doesn't work, because then it's gonna draw over everything. Okay, let's just draw the... No, hang on. Let's do this. Alpha color 0.4. And then you will be lines. Thickness. Okay, let's just try this. You're going offline? What do you mean? Can't you hear me? Like I should, I see my... Like yeah, anyway. Okay, I can't see this. Did we call the function? Yes. Can you hear me, code guy? I said I went to grab a glass of water. I'm not sure if you heard that. But I'm back. I've been back. Okay. Why is that not working? Let's just do like 2 here. Okay, I'm not seeing any white lines. That's because we don't have a grid. Wait, did I disable the grids again? Yes. Oh my god, okay, that's the reason why nothing's doing anything. There we go. And you can kind of see, okay, so if I go down here, now, yes, then it crashes. Okay. Do we get our little thing here as well? Yes. Okay. Cool. So we can kind of see what the issue is, right? We see that the issue is that we are over at... Oh, up here it works a little bit. It works like in the first row. Okay, but the issue is that the grid is like... it's not really going over the whole screen. So we need like 2 more columns and maybe 4 more rows. Interesting. Or we can also change the size. We can also change the size of the cells. So if we go to cell size, this is just 32 by 32. Let's just decrease to, I guess, 48 by 48 maybe. Okay. And now we can also change like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We basically don't need more than 7 actually. And then 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 7 by 8 should be enough. And now we don't get the issue either there. So where do we have like 10, 8, I believe. 7 by... Did I say 8? Hello, RZ Sammy. What's up, what's up? Joined late? Yeah, no problem. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we have 7... Yeah, there, and 8. Okay, cool. So there we go. And yeah, it seems like the number of entities are sort of correct as well in each cell. But the intersection stuff is only working up here. And it only works, it doesn't work for the hover. Okay, so we can disable the debug draw, I think. Okay. Now, why are we just getting... Is it because the radius... init circle, center subtract... So that's the top. So top left is center minus half size, right? That should be correct. And then the size of the AABB is this point. And radius times 2, which is like the width, full width of the ABB, and here as well. So it's a square, which makes sense. A circle becomes a square. And that is the ABB we get here. However, yeah, and then the hitbox, these are world coordinates, and here it's translated into cells coordinates or grid coordinates. So that should be fine. Okay, you know what we can do actually? We can say, actually, let's go back here. Let's get this back. Now what I also want to do is I want to get the player and I want to get player body. I want to get the candidates for the shard pickup. So this is gonna be physics grid cell candidates. Whoops. In a circle and the grid. Wait. Okay, so that's gonna be cell physics grid. I guess, wait. No, okay, we already have grid, so we can just use that. Grid. No, that. center is going to be player body position. Radius is going to be 50 because that's what we're choosing for the other thing, for the short pickup. And then I want to visualize. I want to visualize the candidates. I also want to visualize the circle around. So we're going to draw a circle. Sure, we could do like lines, I guess. Player body position, radius is 50, color is alpha. Let's do like yellow 0.5. And so that's the radius of the player. Or the radius of the hover around the player. So let's see how that looks. Yeah, there we go. So we can see the thing around there. That's how far the hover effect should be. So things should start moving towards the player there. All right. Then I want to draw the candidates. Actually, what we could do. Could do this over here. And then in here, we're gonna check if we are a candidate actually. So here is like border color. If X is more than or equal to candidates min X and X is less than max X and candidates, no, Y is more than or equal to candidates min Y and Y is less than or equal to candidates max Y, then this is a color, let's make it blue or something, otherwise it's white. And this is the border color. All right, there we go. So now the borders of the grid cells that should like be considered for checking. I can see we get actually more than we need. So we could actually eliminate that. That's interesting. Why do we get that? Okay, I want to visualize one more thing here. If we go to candidates, let's see. I want to save the ABB that we actually used here. So let's do that. Because now I can actually draw that as well. Let's draw the yeah, let's actually just draw this rectangle. Candidates ABB, one thickness. Let's draw it in green or something. No. It should be alpha. Because now it's just gonna wait. No. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, see, we get like it. There's nothing wrong with the ABB. It's like the max X, max Y. It's like increased by 1 for some reason. Okay, interesting. So let's go back here. Why is that happening? It might be this part. What? No, okay, that's not the issue. No, okay. Yeah, that's not the issue. So the max we do divide. We take the ceiling. So it shouldn't be ceiling, it should be floor. Okay, let's do floor. Then we can actually do this instead. We do the exact same thing here. Okay, we get a totally different count now as well. That's weird. But if you look at the regions that's highlighted, it actually is correct now. So that's good. Okay, the intersections doesn't work now anymore. And the count kind of looks weird. I mean, that just might be how it is. All right. Cool, that works now. We can... So what we want to do now is we want to check out why is the hover not working. But now the data seems to be correct. I just needed to clarify that. We just need to look at why the hover is not working now. So let's go to player system. Is this even called? Yes, it is. Okay. So when we go in here, we look at the shards. What I'm gonna do, so I know that we actually go in here and we are probably getting a bunch of shards. We do pick them up if they're less than pickup distance. The problem is, where are we moving the shards? I thought we did that in the function. Oh, we're doing it over here, right. Did I just forget to copy that? That's strange. Okay, yeah. There we go. Yeah, but now something is weird. It doesn't actually do anything now. We don't get any iterations anymore. Also, the counts are kind of weird as well. Not sure, it's like changing. Oh, maybe it's because of the weapon. Okay. So for some reason we are actually not... either we're not getting in here. Actually, I'll do this. If is pressed space, then we'll log out intersection is charge. So this will be entity index as short. Okay. Okay, I'm getting nothing. Okay, now I got something. It seems like sometimes I'm getting a couple of... Yeah, sometimes we got a couple of matches. But for some reason... Yeah, also, if you look at the populations, most of them are gray, which means that they are empty. So for some reason, the way I changed the data around, it made the cells not populate at all. So that might be the issue here. So we go to, I guess, physics, I believe it was. And this part is populating the cells. So we have the candidates here for a hitbox. And we're putting the entity into the thing. Oh, wait. I think we need to... This is exclusive, right? I think this is exclusive, so we have to actually put +1 here. Maybe we'll make an iterator for cell candidates to make this easier. Every time. Yeah, sure. Let's just make... Let's actually make an iterator here. Now we'll get you know what? Let's pair this with a grid. Because what we can do then is we can actually get the cell itself and it's just cell. And we get the cell and we get like X and Y, and we can even get like a position to more easily turn it into a vector, I guess. Okay, this gives us an entry. And right, so now we need to, so we're iterating through these candidates. We're gonna have an X and a Y. Whoops. And so we're gonna do like so current, so basically entry. So actually we're gonna look at if Y is more than self dot max Y, will return null. So then we're done. Otherwise we are going to say result is equal to entry, whoops, cell should be grid get cell X and Y. And then we have X is X, Y is Y, and position is from int. Okay, and in the end we return this result. However, before we do that, we're gonna increase X by 1 if X is more than max X. We're gonna set X back to min X, and we're gonna increase Y by 1. So the next time this might be done. And there we go. What else? We need to when we initialize, we need to set X to candidates min X and Y to candidates min Y. Yep. Okay, so now we can get an iterator for that instead. And so we're gonna get an iterator, candidates, iterator. We're gonna do while iterator next. And instead of doing all this crap, we can just say entries.cell put entity. And there we go. Cool. All right, we actually need grid here as well. Okay, let me look for candidates here. We're not going through candidates there. And this was what I did, yeah. Here we're going through the candidates. We can make a candidate iterator here. Instead, do this, we get an entry. Whoops. We can do this. And cell position, we already, well, actually we could do entry position. Okay, that's it. Just looking at what we need to do more. Nothing. Okay, cool. Oops. Great. Can you guys hear me, by the way? Oh my god, it works all of a sudden. But it only works... It doesn't seem to work like above us. Wait, it does work. This is strange. Okay, a couple of things. Also, there was a weird issue here. I think I know what it is. Physics. It's like when we populate. Yeah. We should definitely check here if we're outside of the grid as well. But I thought we did that when we clamp it, though. So this should definitely be like -1 here, I think. So it doesn't seem to actually work on the one we are at or the ones below for some reason. Let's go to the iterator. Wait, let's go to here. So we continue. Do we return at any point? I don't see us returning here. The count seems correct now. Let's go to the iterator again. So if y is more than x, max y, we are done. I just realized we can actually use this iterator in the other one. We'll have like one iterator that has, where is that? Intersection circle iterator. This one. Instead of having these, we'll have the candidate's iterator. And then we don't really need yeah, we don't really need the candidates here. Don't think. So now we can say while self candidates iterator next, we get an entry. We're gonna call this the candidate. And we don't do this. We don't do this. We don't do this. And this can be candidate X. Yeah, this is the check here. I don't think we really need this anymore. I think we're done with this. Right. get cell. Well, we already have the cell actually. So we can just say candidate.cell. It's pretty good. And then we iterate through it. We don't need these. Is that it? Yeah. Kind of building this up of multiple iterators. Wow, this is weird. Like, we almost get the same behavior, but also not really. The hell is going? It only seems to pick up from the top left, but only for some. Thank you, piano. What the hell is happening here? So we're going through each cell, and we're also going through each entity in the cell and returning that. And next time we click next. Oh, we're gonna get the next cell, right? So actually, okay. So I think what we want to do is we want to check: do we have are we going through this? Right. Okay. Because this is like, we call next, we go, say it works the first time, right? And it initializes this, we're going through this, and we might find something here, and we return it. However, next time we call next, we actually all jump to the next cell immediately. We don't want to do that. We want to check first if we're currently going through a cell. So if this is not null, we want to, this is when we have a new cell, so we need to make a new thing there. If we already have a cell iterator going, we need to actually go through it. Okay, and return. If we go through the whole thing, or if we didn't have one, I guess we go to the next cell and get one. But now I want to do this again. I guess we can have a function that like does this. We could also just return next like this. We can return like this. If we're out of cells, we return null. That makes sense. If we have this, we go through it. If we find anything, we return it. Next time we continue, we still have this. We still can iterate through. Once the iteration is done for the cell, we go to the next cell. We could also make this not a while loop. This doesn't really have to be a while loop. We can just say next candidate is going to be candidate next. If we don't have a candidate, we just return null. And we initialize the iterator, and then we repeat. And I guess here we'll set this to null, so that if we're done, then this will be null, and we call this, this will not be going here, and then we call this, we're done here, so it will just return null. And in normal operation, we'll go here, let's say it's first time around, this will be null. So we're going down here, we get the next cell, which is the first cell. We populate this, and then we call this again to go into here and do this thing. We can also break this out into a function instead of being recursive here. So we can have like next next entity. Just gonna be doing this part. And then we can do this, and we can say return. We can do like, actually this is wrong convention here. Because now say like this, next entity, well, self. Okay, if we didn't find anything, we don't want to return null. But if we did find something, we do want to return it. If we didn't find something, we want to continue down. If we did not find... No, if we did find, we want to return it. If we... Okay, so then we have an if here instead. Let's do if. Actually, let's do this. Let's do this actually. Cell iterator is cell iterator or else return null. And now we can just use that here. And in the end, we're setting this to null because then we're done with the cell. So if we have a cell, if we get the next entity, we'll return that. Okay, but if this is, if we're done with the current cell, then we get the next cell. If we're done with all cells, we return null. If we get the next cell and we have it exists, and then we initialize the next iterator for the cell, and instead of calling next, we're calling... Oh, but now... if we call this and there's nothing in there, we actually need to go this again. So I guess recursive does make sense here. Okay, sure. I just wanted to see how I could make this recursive thing into a while loop. It's probably possible somehow. Oh, right. I have to do like this. Hello, Giorno Giovanna, what's up? Welcome. Function with non-void, return type, blah, 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 blah. So if we are done, I guess we return null as well. Yeah. How would you make this into a loop without, how do you avoid recursive here? I guess we could have a mutable, usually, yeah, you have like a mutable variable that you set to the current candidate, and yeah, I guess that's it, huh? This candidate, we have to store this candidate on the thing. Maybe? Or do we, actually? No, because we store the cell iterator. That's for the cell. I guess we could have a while. We could do this. While next. Yeah, because we are gonna get the candidate. Yeah. Because next time we go through, if we're still going through the cell, it's still gonna do this, and then we need another cell. We're going to do this, so we don't. This should be fine, and we get this. We get the next cell. We set the iterator, and then we do the same thing. If self next entity. We return this entity, and then next time we call next, then this would actually go through the cell again. It would return the entity if we find one. If we're done, then we go to the next cell. So this all over again. Okay, but here, if we don't find an entity in the cell, then we just loop until we find one. And then in the end, we're done. Because we're out of. Then this would be null, and this would be null, and we return null. Okay, there we go. Now we're not doing anything recursive here. Cool. Although we did have to break out the same operation into a function. Okay, and that fixed the issue for some reason. Okay. All right, cool. Now I'm also noticing another issue is the shards are supposed to stop. They're supposed to kind of enable a friction thing when they are outside of the influence of the player. So yeah, so it's like this here. It only happens if they happen to be outside of the influence, but still regards like are iterated through here. So actually, we just want to go through each shard and disable their drag every turn, like every so shard. let's go like short iterator. And while short iterator, we get a shard. Well, we get a context. And then this context, we're gonna get the body. And we're gonna say that the enable, wait, no, it's the shard actually, I think. Shard enable. Okay. Enable drag is true, so it's gonna start out as true, and then, yeah. So now we don't. Now they kind of stop moving once they're outside of the player radius there. Hopefully. It might be a little bit weird since we're lagging or something like that. But yeah, cool. So now that behavior works as intended, I'm gonna disable all the weird drawings I'm doing here. But, okay. So this works again. And we did optimize the what's it called? The collision detections part. However, that's actually not what's lagging this this down. Because if I go here and I go to here and I disable this whole collision detection stuff with pickup shards, then we still lag, and we're getting, I'm not sure how many FPS. Now, as I said, we could get like a profile to actually see exactly where the lag is, but I'm just gonna guess, and because I saw that the drawing took a bunch of time at one point, so I'm gonna guess it's the drawing. Like, if we go into renderables and we just go through all the renderables, and I'm just gonna say that if, let's just do like if we have a shard, we're just not gonna draw that. So what's gonna happen now? We're still lagging a little bit. Okay. Okay. Then maybe it wasn't a drawing. I mean, it certainly doesn't help, of course. But okay, interesting. Where's FPS at? Here. Let's enable the FPS and see about what we get here. So we have a little baseline about 10. Okay, it settles on 10. And if we draw the things, how much do we get? A little bit less. Actually, about half. So it does have impact. Of course, everything extra now is gonna, of course, lower FPS even more, because once you go below the threshold, or above the threshold, everything is gonna do that. Okay, cool guy. In my country, people are fighting with government right now. My country is cooked. But that was India, right? I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. Is it like the state government, like the whole state or the whole country? They're planning to kick prime minister. I have no idea about Indian politics, by the way. I'm really bad at that. I didn't even know you had a prime minister. Do you have monarchy as well? Because I know some countries around Asia has like monarchy still. And we have monarchy as well, although the king doesn't have any power. Not monarchy, okay. I mean, you can have a monarchy. We have monarchy and a prime minister. Was democratic a few days ago. So what's happening? Education and rights. Like, all I know about India is like, because I worked with some Indian colleagues or like people from India. And like there's a lot of Swedish companies that have like people from India working together. And like especially like larger companies. And what I've noticed is like there's a lot of tension between like or well, I don't know about tension. Well, you could call it tension, I guess, for people with like higher status and people with lower status. So there was like a person who had higher rank than another person, and there was like, but the person with lower rank was actually better at their job. Like they were more skilled and more knowledgeable, but the person with a high rank still decided what to do, or still could, like, you know, the person with the lower rank couldn't like criticize or couldn't say anything because of their dynamic thing there. I'm not sure if it was because of class or if it because of something else, but how good are they in coding? I mean, it's, you know, as with everyone, it's like, you know, hit or miss. Like they can be good and they can be bad. Like there's no difference from basically like Swedish people. Like Swedish people can also be like good or bad. It all depends. I think the worst people to work with are the ones that think they're good, but they're in reality they're not good, and then they're trying to be. Their ego is like so inflated because they think they're so good, and then they try to kind of fight. Not fight, but you know, they're trying to one up you or doing weird stuff when we're just trying to work together. Like for me, it's just like, well, hell, we're a company. Why are we competing like against each other? Why not just work together to, you know, try to make this product the best it can be and just move on? Like, why are we fighting between each other? Like, I don't understand that, but yeah. What kind of skills does seniors use in your job right now? I mean, you mean senior programmers? Like, yeah, I mean, they use the same skills as juniors, just that they have more experience. One thing most of the US companies has, the Indian people has VC and staff engineers. Staff engineers. VC. Wait, what did VC stand for now? Venture capitalist? Or what do you talk about? Yeah, okay. let's see. Yeah, I don't know about US companies. All I know about US companies is that they are extremely competitive. If you compare the culture of work, like work culture between Sweden and USA, and basically USA against any European company, it's going to be way more competitive. It's going to be like, well, in Sweden, the hierarchy is way more flat. It's like everyone can have their say, essentially. Even like interns and stuff can, it all depends on the company, of course. But, generally, compared to USA, it's like the culture is way more, it's less competitive. And way more chill. Like, especially with like leadership, they don't have nearly as much power as they do over you. And because here we have a strong union, and if you have any problems with the company, if they're doing something illegal, for example, you can go to your union and you can get it sorted out. You can even sue your company. You get like you get funds from the union to actually help sue a company and stuff like that. So the unions here are way better in USA. Also, like USA has like a lot of propaganda against like unions and stuff. So it's like most of the people seem to think that unions are evil or something, when it's like they're working for the workers, which are most of the people. So it doesn't really make sense. But that's how strong the propaganda is against things like that. People in India are smart, except me. So you are the only person from India that is who is not smart. Is that really what you think? Have you fought? You mean like a fist fight? Not since like first grade. I did get punched in the stomach in like 7th grade or 8th grade or something. But I barely felt it. In sense of smartness, intelligence. Oh. Fought. I mean, there was one guy who had a very big ego, and who basically did anything he could to kind of rise up the ranks, even though he did not really deserve it. If you know, the time that he worked in the company and, the kind of skills that he had to do it. He basically tried to just ass-lick his way up, and it worked. So I guess kudos to him. And he was super annoying, and every time he had a question for me, because I was like a consultant at that company, he had like and he was employed there, so he had like a question. So he came up and he was like, because it was like an open landscape, his computer was like across, so I could see him approach, and he'd like approach it very slowly, almost like grudgingly, coming towards me very slowly, and didn't really want to ask me the question. But then he eventually came over and like, very, I don't know, it just felt like he really didn't want to ask the question, but he did at the end. Just because he didn't want to show that someone else knew something he didn't know. And then he basically acknowledged also that, hey, I'm basically, if someone that knows a lot, if someone has a lot of experience and says something to me that, anything I'm gonna believe it. I don't I don't think about it. I just believe it. He admitted that. And I was like, well, that's not a great thing. I mean, I would like think about it and like try to make sense of it, at least like try to understand what you mean. And if I'm like suspicious of this claim, then I'm gonna look it up. Like, I don't just accept what people say as truth straight up. Like, even though if I respect someone, I'm gonna take it seriously, but I'm not gonna like just if it sounds too incredible to be true, then I'm gonna look it up. It depends on what it is, but yeah. Nobody messed with me because they know I'm a psycho when it comes to okay. I mean, that was basically me in like first grade. But then, I never, I kind of grew up a little bit after that. Now you're a senior engineer, you must be making $500,000. $500,000 or what? Depends on which currency you're talking about. It depends if are you talking monthly, yearly, and what currency? Definitely not in dollars, I can tell you that. However, if I was working in the US, maybe. But then there's like a whole bunch of costs that come up like after that. So yeah, I wouldn't want to be in that situation. But it would be cool to kind of get a remote job in the US with US pay while still working from Sweden. That would be kind of cool. I'm trying to do something similar, except I'm trying to get like a job, like a contract in Norway, because they pay basically double than here. Is that a computer? Oh, it's a laptop? Okay. What is... I don't know how much this is in... Where can I change the currency? I live in an apartment, so there's plenty of people around. Why do you ask? How do I change the currency here? Language. I guess if I change this to... I'm gonna change to Swedish, just so you can't... No, that didn't work. Okay. If I do .com, then... Oh, come on. I can't change to a thing. So how much is this? And what is this? What the hell is this format? Are these... Like, is this a decimal here? Are these decimals? Or is it just one... Is it one... Is it 50... Wait, is it 155,000? I don't know. When I try to go to the same address in my location, then it doesn't work. Yeah, but what is this? Like, is Is this 155,000 or is it 155 or is it like, is it 155? I don't understand this format here. I'm not trying to bash your format. I'm just trying to understand it. There's 2 commas. I can't change. Just answer the question, because if I know how much this is, I can put it into Google and just check. Please, can someone answer? Okay. Indian number format. Commas or space of the first 3 digits and then every 2 digits. Okay, thank you. So, thank you for that. Then it's 155,000. Okay. Right. And what is the Indian? What is the name of the Indian rupee? Is that correct? So it's okay. So it's okay. Well, that's actually. I mean, I don't know if it's my gaming laptop costs more than this. It costs about 25,000 Swedish krona. Is this correct? Is this the correct? Is it rupees? I'm not sure if that's the correct pronunciation. Sorry. It's like Zelda. Rupees. Okay. Anyway. Cool. Is it cheap or costly? It's actually pretty cheap. I mean, for this, let's see. Intel Core. I'm not sure how good this is. Okay, yeah, that's really good. 16 DDR5, 1 terabyte. I don't know about the RAM. Like, I would like more RAM, but I don't know if laptops has like less RAM overall, because I have 32, and yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I think it's pretty good. Anyway, 16 inches. Yeah, cool. 50. Okay, yeah, 8 gig. Yeah, that's good. And it has a keyboard. Nice. We have a bunch of ports. Great. Wi-Fi. Yeah, really nice. It's better than my computer. My computer costed about almost, not really double, but almost double than this one. So it's really cheap, I would say. I mean, it's still a significant amount of money, but you get a lot of money worth from this. I wonder how much it costs to buy this and then have it delivered. No. I have nothing like 40, 50. Like my laptop, I bought it when like 10. It's like a 1080 when that was new, but it still works like a charm. So I guess you can also count in inflation there, maybe, because I bought that a lot of, like, yeah, as I said, when 1080 was like the shit. This one is the latest, right? Holy crap! Then it's really cheap if you compare to the price here. I mean, I can just check this. I can just look this up actually. This is just my guess, you know. So I'm gonna check this. Sure, let's go. I don't want to dox myself, so I'm gonna go in here. I'm not sure if it's gonna show my address here or something. I don't think so. Okay. No, this is not the same. This is not the thing. Where the hell is... Intel Core... Lenovo? Is it Lenovo? No, wait. Why would... I mean, I don't understand. Why do I get Why would I get a laptop? I have a desktop. I'm a desktop guy. I'm not a laptop guy. I hate having to shop for laptops that never come with specs I want because I'm picky, right? It's Dell. Okay. I'm gonna check this here. Just... Let me see. Yeah, it should be fine. Okay, so here we have... Is this the right one? It seems to have the same... Wait, this has 32. 1 terabyte RTX 56. So this is slightly better. No, this is the same... Huh. It has the same price. How is this so cheap now? What the hell? Okay, I guess it's the same price. Except this is 32 gig RAM and RTX 5060. And this was 5050. It doesn't say the... What's the VRAM? 8. Okay. All right. Q. Yeah, so I guess the price was the same. I was like, this is cheap, but I guess it wasn't. I guess the price has gone down on this stuff. Although I bought... My one was I think a Lenovo. So I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe I was fooled or something. Okay, anyway, let's get back to work. One second here. All right. We'll do a little bit more and then we'll see. I'm not sure how much I'm gonna be able to optimize this though. It would be cool if we could get this to run smoothly. Okay, tell you what. I'm gonna introduce... Do we want a Z Tracy here? Or am I gonna... just use the web version. If I'm gonna run this in the web version, it's gonna stop. It's just gonna not work. So I'm gonna go over to setup, debug shards. I'm gonna decrease the number of shards here to like 10 by 10. And I'm gonna play this in the browser. Run smoothly, this is proper FPS for AAA gaming. Yeah, true. Let's ship it. Alright. Yeah, it's dipping a little bit. Wait. Oh yeah. I was like, why is it not locked to 60? Because it's the web version. So in the web version, I'm not sure if like it seems to go as high as it wants, unless you block it yourself, like on the loop. But it's using like mscripten, which kind of has its own implementation of the main loop in the browser, and so that's what it's using. And I guess there's no limit to the FPS. You can't use set FPS in mscripten, like on the web. I guess that's like, if you look at the way that they say that you should set up the game when compiling for the web, you should not use the set FPS function. And you also shouldn't pass in like an FPS to mscripten either. You should set that to 0, because otherwise it won't use the request animation frame function, which makes sure that the drawings are smooth, basically. So yeah, but this FPS is kind of low. So open up the DevTools, and that slows things down here for some reason. Like a lot. Maybe I'll wait for a little bit. Maybe it picks up the pace, perhaps. I don't know, actually. Script processor node is deprecated. Okay. That's fine. Let's do performance, and then we'll record. The interesting thing is, usually when I press record, this goes up to like a good amount of FPS again, which is really strange, because it usually is the other way around. I'm not sure what's happening there. You need DLSS frame gen? Alright, I might look into that. Let's hope this doesn't crash here. You kind of get this weird effect on the music here. You run Linux servers for a living. Oh, okay. Cool. Like, do you mean you rent out Linux servers, or do you like admin different servers? Why is this taking so long? Can I just pause this until it's done? Why is this so buggy? Admin 70 some servers for school. Ah, okay. Cool, cool. Are they like on-premise servers? So you know how to master WebSockets. I tried, it's hard to understand. Okay. Well, okay, my first question was like, what are you gonna use it for? But yeah, WebSockets, I mean, do you know what ordinary sockets are? It's essentially just you connect two computers. Like sockets are like the main way computers actually communicate through a network. And so you're essentially just sending bytes over. Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but you're sending, on a high level, you're sending a bunch of bytes over, and then the receiver will interpret those bytes. And you can send, like, you know, if you want to encode it as JSON, for example, you can do that. Why is this not, what the hell's happening here? Send and receive data, yeah. So it's more like for real-time application. Like if you want to update something in real time, it's like usually like if you're making a web product or a web application, it's usually not really that common to use like WebSockets for a bunch of different stuff. It's like only when you need things to be updated in real time, essentially. So if you have like notifications, sometimes like WebSockets is used for that, or like if you have a chat feature on your site, then that's also like a real-time update, for example. So for that, it works. It's good to use, but it's not really necessary for most things, I would say, when it comes to web applications. And the underlying technology for like a website, well, like when you visit a website, you're actually making a socket connection, although it's not a web socket per se, it's just an ordinary socket. WebSockets also use ordinary sockets, it's just that it's like a special thing where it's like a browser doing the connection. Why is this not working now? Oh no, oh no, WSL stopped working. Okay, I'm not sure why this is happening. I'm gonna shut down WSL. Maybe I don't need to, because I see that it actually went in there right now. Okay, I did get it here. I'm gonna try to record this again and stop. Please work. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we have the performance here. Socket and WebSocket different, yes. I mean, it's the same, it's kind of same, but also it's a little bit different. Because WebSockets has like a bunch of security stuff. I mean, it's kind of like a WebSocket is more for web browsers when browsing a web page, Whereas sockets is very generic. It can be used to transfer data to a client. A server connects, or a client connects to a server. You transfer a bunch of data. It's actually how the web page gets transported to your computer. Is through a socket. If you have an HTTP server or a web server, you're using sockets to actually transport the data. And WebSockets is just a specialized socket that is only used on websites, essentially. So if you have a web application, you can't really create a normal like socket, like a generic socket to anywhere. You have to create a WebSocket. But yeah, it's a useful thing to learn for sure, but it's not really a very common thing to worry about. So I'm not sure if I would advise learning it. I mean, I guess I would check it out a little bit, but I wouldn't like spend a lot of time deep diving into WebSockets. I would probably think that learning like things like React, or if you want to do more backend stuff, I guess, you know, it depends. So that's the thing, like it depends on what is popular in your area, like where you want to get a job. So if you see a lot of Java stuff, then you want to research like how to make Java backends. If you see a lot of C#, then you want to focus on C#. You know, it all depends, because there's so many different technologies and stuff like that. Should keep shifting. No, I'm saying you should look at what jobs are in your area, like where you want to work, what they have in their job announcement. Like look for what is the most popular like thing in your area. You want to work in Sweden? Yeah. I think the best, if you want to work in Sweden, the best shot is probably to move here, because a lot of companies want you to actually work here and not from India. But there are people working from India in some companies in Sweden. So you might have a chance there. Okay, anyway, let's look at this, what's happening here. Yeah, so we can zoom in on one of these things here. So here's the thing. And what's interesting to me is that some of these are actually within 16 milliseconds, which is 60 FPS. This took 82, but it might just be a fluke. These take a little bit longer, and then it kind of settled over here. But I'm just gonna look at some of these and check like what is taking the most time. And so we can see that the update takes a bunch of time and draw takes a bunch of time. Draw takes like 50% more time than the update. So I'm gonna try to focus on the draw. The draw renderables is what's taking up most of the time. So let's check this out. Can I focus on this? I don't know. Okay, so here's the draw renderables. We have draw renderable. Each takes like 0.5 milliseconds or 1, depending on this takes 6. That's a long time for one renderable. It's a shard. This is the player, I think. Or is it? We're checking if we should draw a shield or that. We're getting a thing. We're drawing the renderable sprite. Yeah, that takes a little bit of time. Drawing enemy hit. There shouldn't be that because there's no enemies in here. This is just checking if this is an enemy. So, okay, I think one thing that we can do is like optimize the drawing function here. Because I have a lot of checks like, is this an enemy? Is it a shard? Is it a shield? Is it the player? Is it the shield? So what we could do is based on the tag, we could draw different, we could call different functions. Or we could just get like a draw, because they all have the renderable function. We could make like specialized renderables based on, yeah, based on their thing. That would lower the cost, actually. I don't understand why this is not called more times, though. This is just called like a couple times. We have like 100 entities. They should be called 100 times. Maybe it's merging them or something? I'm not sure. Why are my usernames so red? I have no idea. They hire 1 year experienced junior dev who got kicked from company. Who? Okay, let's do that here. Let's go back and we'll go to draw. And you can see here, we have a bunch of specialized stuff happening here. And so what I'm going to do, instead of checking all these things for all different renderables, what I'm going to do is I'm going to implement specific renderables for each one that needs a specific thing. So I'm going to make a player renderable. Which is going to draw the player. I'm going to make an enemy renderable, because enemies have also a thing here. We're gonna make a shard renderable, because shard also has a specific thing. Okay, and then they are gonna have specific implementations of the draw function. So now the draw renderable function, all it has to do is just look up what is the renderable function, call that, and we don't have to do a whole bunch of lookups for every different type of thing. So yeah, let's go with the player first. I'm gonna do this to only focus on the player here first. We're gonna copy this, for example. I'm gonna say player, and I guess we don't really need anything here, really. Yeah, it's just gonna be it's gonna be a zero size. I'm not sure how this works, but it's gonna be a zero size struct, and we're gonna draw the player. This will simply call. Actually, what we could do is we could have the sprite here, and we're just gonna call sprite draw. Okay. And size, same thing. We're just going to return sprite size. Layer. Actually, okay, yeah, we have self sprite layer. There we go. How much one can make if they stick with the web development for life? I think it's a pretty good paid job. I mean, it varies a little bit. And the more experience you have, the more pay you're gonna get. Also, at least in my country, like if you stick on, if you get a job and you stick to the same company year after year, your pay is gonna increase by a marginal amount. Like it's just a couple of percentage each year. But if you switch jobs, you're gonna get a lot more pay increase. So that's a good strategy if you want to increase your salary. If that's something that you want, then that's a good thing to do for you. Experience is what? Cases, skills, what? Could you say that in another way so I can understand what you're saying? Okay, so this draw function will draw the sprite. Now let's look at what we're also doing. So if this is specific to the player, so I'm gonna remove this here. I'm going to do this over here instead. The problem though is that we don't really have the context here. So we have to change the signature of this draw interface function. All right. I mean, we could pass context here. That's fine. But we do have to do this for every draw function now. But yeah, that's fine. Oh my god, why is this happening? Except you're not used, so there we go. Wait, oh, let's see. And rectangle. And then over here we also have draw. We need a context that we pass in here. All right. And now when we actually draw the renderable, we need the context. I see. So here we actually don't have a context. Right. So maybe it should be optional. We could also pass in undefined. It could be optional, I guess. Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay, sure. Let's make it optional. And then I should pass in null here. I mean, in what skills? I don't understand your question still. Could you just have a fully formed question for me? Estimated salary for junior web developer in your area, man. For junior, I don't know. Maybe. Okay, it depends. Okay, yeah, it depends on the city. Like if you're working in the capital, you're gonna get more. If you're working in a smaller town, you're gonna get like half or something. not really half, but maybe 50% lefts. Well, that's half actually, or negative 25% or something. I don't know. But yeah, let's say around. Well, it might have increased by now. Let's say maybe. Maybe you get like, as a junior, maybe you get like. Okay, let's say a low amount would be like 35,000 a month, like SEK, like Swedish currency. So 35 times 12. That's pretty low, like that. But it is junior, so it's gonna increase. So like, and then you times that by 12. I guess you would get like, yeah. So 10. I know this. It's like 70 plus 30, so 370. No, 420. It should be like 35,000. Yeah, 420,000 SEK. And what is the thing? SEK to Indian rupee. Okay, the conversion rate is so 420,000. Okay, 4 billion rupees. Per year. I don't know what lakhs is. You never answer the question about the rupees. Like, is that the same thing? Or I don't know what you're talking about. This is before taxes. What is lakhs? I'm searching, like I'm converting, like I said this a million times. Indian rupees, like that's what I showed before. You never answered the question if lakhs was the same, or you know, anything about that. So I don't know if that's the correct thing. Also, you're seeing like the format is not the same as your format, so ignore the last. Hang on. It's gonna be this amount. I'm gonna try to format this in your way. There we go. $300,000. 350,000. Indiska rupees. What is it called? Could you answer the question, code guy? Why do you say lakhs? What is lakhs? And why are you not saying rupees? Is it the same thing, or what are you talking about? Lakhs is 100,000. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So there you go. And then, you know, if it's Swedish, you're gonna also get like taxes, of course, on the stuff. I'm not sure how it works if you're working from India, but usually you only pay tax in one country, of course. 35k Swedish to 300. Yeah, about, well, 350,000 it said, because it's about 10 times more. It's almost 10 times more. It's like 9.96 or something. Renderable from context, so that should be Oops. Oh wait, I'm just gonna change. Well, whatever. Let's just do this here. Short renderable init sprite. Yeah, same thing here. Man, there's a lot of these. Empty slot renderable. No. How many of these do we have? Like, yeah, there's a lot of these. Short. I'm gonna just pass in null there for now. We're gonna fix that later. Modification sprite. Yeah. Item. Company probably has to pay government some for hiring foreign worker. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. So okay, a generic tax in Sweden would be like 30%, even though that's sometimes pretty high. Sometimes the real tax is actually lower, but I think around like 30% you can kind of count with. So 30, so 35. Let's say 30% is like, well, yeah, that's like 12 or something. So you're gonna get like around 20k. So 200, let's say 200,000. 50k tax for 35 is like, or 5, that will be 5k tax. That's like very low tax. You're not gonna, it's gonna be more than that. But then again, I'm not sure how it works, like Indian versus Swedish. Also, if you are hired from India and you're working from India, maybe you get like an Indian salary. Like, I'm not sure. And then you tax in India instead of in Sweden and stuff like that. So I don't know. I don't know about the rules there. Okay, we still have some of these. Why are you looking for the American country? What are you talking about? What, are you asking why I don't move to USA? Or just work in a company there? I would never move to United States. Especially now. No. Okay, there's actually a couple of reasons not working for like a USA company, even through remote, because the work culture is so different. And I said this before. It's like the work culture is way more fierce. You could say, like, you know, the Americans. Some companies don't even offer vacation because it's not, like in Sweden. It's illegal to not take vacation. Essentially, it's like you know, you have the right to take at least, I think it's like 4 weeks or something consecutively in the summertime. You have the right to do that at some point in the year. So every company has to give you vacation. But in USA, they don't have a law for vacation. So a company is fully legal for them to deny you vacation all year, every year. Although some companies do offer vacation because they want to be competitive for employees. So they might offer like a 2-week vacation plan or something. And some companies actually have like a trick where they say like, hey, you can take as much vacation as you want. Like, just say when you want to take vacation, and you can take how much you want. Like, you can take. So then you're thinking, oh man, I can take like I can have like vacation all the time. No, you can't. You can't. Like, that has proven to have like a negative effect, like an anti-effect of like trying to get a vacation, because like as soon as you try to get a vacation, or it's like you're gonna get fired. So it's like, or something like that. It's like people don't use that opportunity then because they are in fear of getting fired, or you know, some other repercussions, something like that. So vacation, yes, companies pay for vacation, yes. It's like part of your salary, basically. Have you ever gotten fired? I've gotten not really fired. There's a difference here. Like, you say you get kicked. That means you are actually like you have to go now, and you've done something very wrong. Basically, maybe something illegal even, that makes the company kick you out, basically. But then, like, that is very, very rare. But you can get laid off. You can get, as we say, uptailed. It's the literal translation, I guess. Upset. No, but you can get laid off. But then you usually have like a 3-month notice. So if you get laid off, you usually get a very good package to exit the company. Like, I got one time I got like I got laid off, and we had 3 months notice. I didn't have to work for those 3 months, essentially. And I got 1.5 extra months paid at the end of the laid off as well. And there's a law as well in Sweden where if you are laid off and you're relieved of work, as I were, then if you get another job in that time, like in that 3 months period, and you start get a salary from another company, then you stop getting salary from the first company, so you don't get like double salary. However, they were kind enough to allow double salary. So yeah, very good agreement there for getting laid off. This didn't give me notice period for 3 months. I had agreement. They shut the company itself. That could happen, yeah. I'm not sure what happens here then. But yeah, usually that's the way stuff happens. Okay. All right, so let's see. I'm just gonna put null everywhere. And there was a lot of these I didn't realize how much custom stuff we had here actually. Renderable, short renderable. Yeah, I'll just put null for now. Okay, there we go. Yes, so there we go. So now I need to change you to null. And polygon. Oh. Okay, there we go. Cool. And I guess we have to now also get this here. So I'm gonna call this maybe, and we're gonna get you out there. And then that's what's gonna happen. Actually, we're not gonna do a try. We're just gonna get this directly. Okay. Okay. Cool. So that has now been translated over. Great. So already this is not happening for a lot of these things. I did read your message. Are you learning Swedish? I think it's pretty interesting how like different people's perspectives on different countries. Like I usually watch like videos where people travel to other countries and they compare, for example, like America versus Sweden or other countries like in Scandinavia or like Germany, like Europe in general, I guess. It's pretty interesting what people think, and also learning like how it is in other countries, because it's yeah, we're all in the same boat called tellus in Latin. Do you have an ancient name for Earth, like the planet or planet? In or ancient, like, you know, a traditional name in are you speaking Hindu, or you found where I'm from, Stockholm? Well, that's okay, cool. Earth, I mean in your in your native language. Do you speak Hindu, or what do you speak? Hindi, sorry, Hindi, okay. Sorry. Hindu is religion. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, sorry, my bad. Just goes to show how much I know. Actually, my brother went to India once. Not sure where, but they were up also. They went over to Nepal. Or, wait, sorry. Yeah, they went somewhere. I don't know. And I watched the episode on when Carl Pilkington goes to India as well. Have you seen that? From An Idiot Goes Abroad. Okay, so there we go. Now I need to do the same thing for a bunch of other shit here. All right, so let's see, draw render rule. All right, here we go. I'm gonna what's happening here? Delete this one. Okay. Now we have the relative position as well. So this is interesting. Like, this is only for the player as well, except it's not really for the player actually. It's for like things that are attached to the player, but we don't actually have anything right now that has this. So I'm just gonna disable this for now. Figure this out when we're implementing drawing modifications on the ship. Okay. I don't see your message, Code Guy. By the way, you didn't answer the question. What do you have a name? Okay, so Hindi. Do you have a word in Hindi for Earth? Hello, Mabdo. What's up? What's up? Welcome. How do you pronounce that? Is it Prithivi or is it Prithivi? Prithivi. Prithivi, maybe. I don't know. Just Prithvi or Pruthvi. Pruthvi. Okay. Cool. All right. I can say like I'm from. How do you say I am from? I know you guys can speak English pretty well, or very well. So I mean, isn't that one of your official languages? Love Zig, yeah. Zig is awesome. English common language all country, yeah. First language? Okay. Interesting. I mean, I know that India was a British colony, so that's why. Main. Okay, I was gonna say main Prithvi se hun. I'm not sure how you say the different vowels. Just did C equals 0 and negative C gave me -1 in C++. What? Wait, oh, you negated it. It gave you -1. Okay, so what type was C? Was it a bool? A boolean? Yes, I know I said I'm from Earth, yes. That's what I wanted to say. I think every country was a British colony. Not Sweden. Actually, Britain was a Danish colony. Not all of Britain, but a UN side, sure, okay. But why is it only one -1. Why wouldn't be the max? How is it? Wait, it's unsigned. Okay, I guess it depends on the result type that you want to, like the location where you put it, because it could be coerced. Because C++ has a bunch of automatic coercion, what that zig doesn't have. And sometimes it's good, sometimes it's annoying, but that's how it is. India was the richest country. They looted so many things from here. Yeah, I bet. But you're, I mean, you are on the up and coming. But like, don't you have most population, and also you're like you have boomed in recent times economically. Negate only works on ints, so it's promoted to. Oh wait, what? It doesn't work on unsigned. That's weird. What the hell? You know what? I'm gonna try this. Main. Oops. Oh, what? Wait, is it just? No. Okay. Well, let's return it. No, I can't return it, right? Because it's wait, why is this an int? Isn't this what? Okay, what happens if we do like -1? What the hell? One second here. I'm trying to just run it with zig. Zig run C file. There's also like translate C. I'm not sure. Like if you do help translate C, convert C code now. I just want to run. Oh wait. There's like CC. Can I run as well? Do I have to pass in a bunch of shit? Yeah, I know I return 0 on success. I know that that's the exit code. I just want to see. Okay, now get A out. And then the exit code is, okay, it's 255. So what if we do this? It's 0. What version of Zig is this? 0.16. Whoops. Yeah, it's a C file, yeah. Isn't this... I have to import something for that, right? Whoops. Okay, can I import this now? Okay. Okay, there we go. Zero. Negate. Drum rolls. -1. So I think it depends on the result location. Right? If we were to say unsigned char B equals this, then we print that out. We get 255. So because it expects, I guess it expects like an integer here. And then if you do it there, it's gonna like convert it and then do the thing or something. And I still don't understand why it's just -1 though. I guess it does the negation first and then does it and then, because then you get the, no wait, it does, no wait, yeah, no, because no, it has to, wait, how does that happen? Is it like this or this? No, it's like this, right? How do you do long? No, that, okay, that's not, okay. You were saying doing it there, yeah. No, that should still go to, yeah, because it's the size of this result. So it's like you can't really do size of the, like what it expects it to be. Yeah, it flips all the zeros for 1, but why does it only become -1? Because it would be, wouldn't -1 be, no, that's what it is, right? Yeah, that's what it is. Sorry, I now I remember, right? All flipped is -1, yes. But the first bit is saying if it's negative or not negative, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Or depending on the endian or whatever. But anyway, I was just curious. Okay. Cool. Now we explored that. There you go, code guy. A little bit of C for you. It doesn't convert it back. Really? Yeah, but there you go. If so, if you negated it and the result location was a unsigned char, then it would be correct. It should get. I think there's probably a warning flag for that. There has to be, because they have so many different flags and stuff. Switch to Zig. Yeah. See how easy it was to compile a C thing, right? I don't even want to imagine what to do with GCC. I mean, GCC should probably is the same thing, like you say, GCC main.c a whatever. You don't even have to do that, and then that's probably the same thing. But then if you want to do a bunch of other shit, then you can do it. Also with Zig, you can incorporate other stuff as well. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, the Zig build system is really awesome. Oh. Okay. It's so awesome. Like, Zig is free, and you get C compiler, C++ compiler. What else do you get? You get like an assembler or whatever. You can output assembly code. You know, you can output libraries and all that shit. You can convert C code to Zig code. What the hell is this? Minimize a bug report. Yeah, but anyway. What the hell is RC? Ranlib? I don't know what these are. But anyway. I saw Zig lost its biggest user ban, and the Zig author is losing shit. Yeah, okay, I didn't know that the Zig author was losing shit, but I did know about the ban. Sorry for the section. Yeah, no problem. I'm all for interacting. In fact, I'm probably gonna request do some request or something if anyone has one. I saw Zig looks bit, yeah. So the ban story was like, ban was written in Zig, which is awesome. But then the author was like, I guess, a very big fan, like an unhealthy amount of big fan, I guess, of AI. So basically rewrote the whole source code of ban into Rust using AI only, I guess, and it passed like 99% of tests, and then they just moved to Rust, I think. But then someone did a little bit of more checking on the code and saw that it essentially sort of kind of almost cheated a little bit. It didn't implement the whole project in the Rust way, but it was more like translating directly from Zig into Rust and using a bunch of volatile sections to be able to do the things you do in Zig in Rust. Something like that. So, yeah. It wasn't like, you know, implemented in Rust a really good way, I guess. Quick breakdown. Okay, it's a video.
Last week, Bun, the all-in-one
5 minutes. Should we watch this? I'm not sure. I don't know how it works with copyright and stuff. Maybe I'll pause every 7 seconds and say hello. And he used Claude Code Fable 5 to move to Rust and paid $350,000. Whoa. Holy crap. In 11 days. Okay, I'll try to watch this video here.
JavaScript
Whatever,
toolkit
it doesn't
was
matter.
acquired by Anthropic late last year, announced that they spent the equivalent of $165,000 running 64 parallel Claude agents to refactor their entire code base from Zig to Rust.
I wonder how much they kind of cooperated, like the agents, or if they are just picked different files to automatically, essentially like a one-to-one mapping of the file structure, or how it actually went down.
Just 11 days. Usually, a full rewrite to Rust is the swan song of any startup about to get Rick Jamesed by the invisible hand of the market, but in this case, it may have actually worked. The million-line port fixed 128 old bugs, shrunk the
That's a lot of
binary by
lines.
20%, made everything a few percent faster, and has already been powering Claude Code since June without anyone noticing. But not everyone is celebrating. Andrew Kelly, the creator of Zig, responded claiming the benchmarks are misleading, and the Zig team is actually relieved to see Bun go because internally they used its codebase as an example of how not to write Zig, and that Jared, Bun's founder, was producing slop long before LLMs existed. In today's video, we'll find out how the biggest AI-powered rewrite in history actually went down.
The thing is, like, when Bun came out, it had like a huge claims of being super fast compared to Node. I guess I didn't even know it was written in Zig at that point. Maybe it wasn't. I'm not sure when it first came out, because it came out pretty early.
And decide who should get custody of public opinion in the divorce. It is July 15th, 2026, and you're watching the Code Report. 26 years ago, when I was throwing Japan Airs in the warehouse, Joel Spolsky wrote one of the most famous blog posts in software history, where he claimed that rewriting your code base is the single worst strategic mistake a software company can make. His example was Netscape, who spent 3 years rewriting their browser, while Microsoft stole their women and pillaged their village. So what led Bun to fall to the temptation of the single worst strategic mistake they could make? Well, it's actually the same thing that led you to fail CS 101, switch majors, and become a JavaScript developer: poor memory management. With
It was Zig from the start.
Bun
Okay.
was originally written in, you manually manage memory yourself without much help from the compiler. That's usually a feature of a low-level language because Bun embeds JavaScript
Welcome
core,
back, Penguin.
which is Safari's garbage-collected JavaScript engine. Half of Bun's objects were owned by the garbage collector, while the other half lived in manually managed Zig memory, and the two had to constantly manage pointers to each other, which led to a codebase that looked like it had an explosive diarrhea parasite. Bun's changelogs are full of bugs. Objects were owned by the garbage collector, while the other half lived in manually managed Zig.
Okay. Wait. So what? So there we JavaScript core is their engine. Is this like an open source thing, or JavaScript core? Apple's WebKit framework. Okay.
Memory, and the two had to constantly manage pointers to each other, which led to a codebase that looked like it had an explosive diarrhea parasite. Bun's changelogs are full of bugs stemming from this, where code was reading memory that had already been freed, or freeing the same memory twice, or just never freeing it at all. At one point, the dev server was leaking 3 megabytes every time it rebuilt, all because a single error path forgot to clean up after itself. And though memory bugs alone might not have...
So this is interesting, because from what I gathered from people talking about this before, was that the reason for the rewrite was because of memory issues, where now it seems like, okay, well, it's just bugs in the Bun engine, it seems like, from this. So because I was like, because I was interpreting it as he was complaining about Zig having bugs, but really it was the Bun engine having bugs, as far as I can tell from this. I might have misunderstood the complaints, He didn't listen to the devs of Zig. Okay.
Justified a rewrite, there was still a bigger problem. Once Anthropic acquired Bun, the majority of its future code was going to be written by Claude, and Zig is famously anti-AI. So much so that they refuse LLM-generated pull requests, and they'll even close your security report if you admit AI found the bug. On top of that, because there's very...
What? Why? Why this, though? I mean... This is weird. Because it could be an actual bug that you need to solve. That's weird. I mean, I get not wanting to use AI because you want to have a high coding standard and you want everything to be checked out and, you know, having the highest quality it can have. But using it as a tool to help find bugs, I don't see why is... This seems more religious here to me, but okay. Because you can't solve it. I mean, it's like you found a bug. It is a bug. It's an actual bug. It's just the way you found it. Why does that matter? Why does the way you found the bug matter? No, you don't have to, I guess, let the AI report the bug. You can just use AI to find the bug and then report the bug. It doesn't have to be all automated, but you can like use it as a tool to find bugs and then, you know, report them. Like test, okay, what is this bug? What is the do? Like understand the bug and then report it, you know. Targeted for learning and students. Educational language. Yeah, but this is about correcting errors in the compiler. Right? Okay, whatever. Let's just continue.
Security report if you
I don't understand this, but
because there's very little Zig code on the internet.
We're not going to agree on everything.
Itself hasn't hit 1.0 yet, so it keeps introducing breaking.
Okay, if you're giving AI the power to find bugs, it will inevitably lead over into other things. Well, not really. I mean, you can just say that you can only use it for this specific thing. If you use it for anything else, I'm gonna slap you around. You know, what's wrong with that? Because you won't learn anything. I mean, you can have AI, like if you have AI anyway, you can have AI running in the background trying to find bugs that you wouldn't find otherwise. And you can spend time looking for bugs as well, or finding, I mean, you don't, normally you wouldn't like go around looking for bugs. I mean, I've never been in this kind of project though, so I wouldn't know really. But normally, in my experience, you never go around looking for bugs. You just find bugs eventually by testing. Or finding it in code. If you're like looking at, hey, this looks weird, and you're finding a bug like in the code base while you're doing something else, but you never go around actually just looking for bugs. I guess maybe you do that in some projects. I don't know. So compromise makes your position against AI weak. Okay. Well, I see AI as a tool that could speed up a few things, or well, speed up is the wrong term. Help out with a few things. Like it could surface a serious bug that you didn't actually find otherwise. There could be a ticking bomb that could lead to problems in the future, and you're like, oh, well spotted AI. Let's fix this now so it won't get a bad bug. Like it won't get bad later. There's already over 700 issues open on Codeberg and managed to open it to AI. Okay, fair point. I mean, if they're already bogged down with work, sure, I guess. But still, if they found a bug that's super serious and he just closes it because it was found with AI, that I don't understand. It's like it should be prioritized as every other thing. But okay, whatever. Let's continue.
Models just aren't very good at writing it compared to more established languages. So in early May, Jared decided to fix both problems at once by porting all 535,000 lines of Zig to Rust, whose borrow checker would move memory management into the type system, which made most memory mismanagement a compile time error rather than a runtime error. But the most interesting part is how they did it. They first had Claude spend hours studying the codebase to produce a porting guide, then ran a workflow that trace the lifetime of every struct field into a giant spreadsheet, essentially documenting years of tribal knowledge about who frees what and when. From there, they used 64 parallel Claude agents across 4 Git work trees to translate all 1,448 files, at one point cranking out 1,300 lines of Rust per minute. And to keep the agents honest, every implementer was paired with 2 adversarial reviewer Claudes running in separate context windows, whose only job was to assume the code was wrong and find out why. 11 days, 6,500.
Okay, so they shared. So
knowledge about who frees what and when. From there, they use 64 parallel Claude agents.
Wait, I want to go back here because I was zoning out a little bit.
Time error rather than a runtime error. But the most interesting part is how they did it. They first had Claude spend hours studying the codebase to produce a porting guide, then ran a workflow that traced the lifetime of every.
Is this the actual? Did they post this? Let's kick off a dynamic workflow to analyze proper lifetimes. Blah 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 blah. Read every struct field with every single file and trace the control flow. First, looking for struct fields, complex lifetimes, expressions. Okay, this is the prompt. Okay. Propose a lifetime for that field and use 2 adversarial. Okay. Wait, so you could ask this in the prompt to do the thing. Okay. Or is this like a summary of what happened?
Every struct field into a giant spreadsheet, essentially documenting years of tribal knowledge about who frees what and when. From there, they use 64 parallel Claude agents across 4 Git work trees to translate all 1,448 files, at one point cranking out 1,300 lines of Rust per minute. And to keep the agents honest, every implementer was paired with 2 adversarial.
Your voice is way louder than we. Okay, yeah, sorry. Let's see.
Serial reviewer Claudes running in separate context windows, whose only job was to assume the code was wrong and find out why. 11 days, 6,502 commits, and what would have been $165,000 in spend if they didn't own the token Casino later. Bun's entire test with 2 adversarial files, at one point cranking out 1,300 lines of Rust per minute. And to keep the agents honest, every implementer was paired with 2 adversarial reviewer Claudes running in separate context windows, whose only job was to assume the code was wrong and find out why. 11 days, 6,502 commits, and what would have been $165,000 in spend if they didn't own the token Casino later. Bun's entire test suite was passing on every platform. The port fixed 128 long-standing bugs, the dev server's memory leak issues resolved, binaries got 20% smaller, and Andrew Kelly, the creator of Zig, lost his mind. 28.
Like this is kind of insane to me. Like such a huge project, and they actually managed. Like it's kind of insane though. Then they actually managed to take such a huge project and translate it. That is actually pretty insane. Like because in my experience, in my very small experience using AI with a larger project, I know that context is incredibly important. So having it actually produce this and having it work and passing all these tests, and if something went wrong, you know, because you might have things going wrong in one place which might be caused by something in some other place, and it's kind of hard to kind of keep track of where things are going wrong sometimes. And yeah, it's actually kind of incredible that they actually just managed to convert it and have most of the tests actually pass. But then again, as we've okay, let's just continue and see what they're saying here.
Long-standing bugs.
Wait, it's pretty good use of AI, but however, they still have serious work to do. Okay. This reminds me of that trend when some rich people spoke at previous graduations talking about AI and everyone's booing them. And the old rich people didn't understand why people hated and praising AI. I'm getting the feel that you're pretty anti-AI here. But yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Rich people spoke at previous graduation, talk about AI. Yeah, I get it. I get it because people think that AI is going to take over everything and you're not going to get jobs. This is the port from Zig to Rust. They still have maintaining it in Rust, right? He said all the tests, not most. Wait, all the tests? I'm pretty sure at first they said like 99%. Not in this video, but in some post somewhere. But anyway, okay. Okay, all the tests, right?
The dev server's memory leak issues resolved, binaries got 20% smaller, and Andrew Kelly, the creator of Zig, lost.
Also, he could have just used this to solve the memory leaks in Zig. Why move to Rust? Right? Like, that's a whole other step. Like, why couldn't you just use AI to solve the memory leaks? Like, if AI could understand the code base, you could have just solved it right there and continued as you had before. I guess he just doesn't like Zig or something. I don't know. It just seems unnecessary. But okay. Because in Rust it's a compile time error, not a runtime issue. Anthropic acquired Bun? Oh, really? I didn't know that. It was an advertisement. Yeah, smart. Okay.
Lost his mind. In his response, Andrew makes it clear that this divorce was years in the making. According to him, the Zig team spent years watching Bun.
So that no memory issues arise in the future? Yeah, you mean converting to Rust? Maybe they wanted the safety comes with Rust. Yeah, but then they have to use the safety. They have to know how it works. Or are they they're just using AI to continue writing it? As far as I heard, that's what they're doing. They're only using AI basically to... But okay, I don't know.
Of Zig lost his mind. In his response, Andrew makes it clear that this divorce was years in the making. According to him, the Zig team spent years watching Bun embarrass their language with a codebase they privately used as the example of how not to write Zig. He also takes some personal swings, pointing out that Jared skipped college at 18 to take Peter Thiel's money and chase startup glory, which Andrew blames for his beginner energy, and passing along secondhand reports that Jared wasn't exactly a great manager to work under. But buried under the resentment are some legitimate technical gripes. He argues the performance gains mostly came from link time optimization, which Zig has supported the whole time. The binary size reduction had nothing to do with Rust, and that Jared conveniently left out any reference to compile times, which Zig almost certainly wins. So the question is, who gets custody of public opinion?
I mean,
well, probably nobody. Zig lost its most famous user, Andrew lost his cool, and Jared got publicly diagnosed with beginner energy by a compiler engineer. But if you're looking to rewrite your own codebase in Rust, or just write better code in general, then you need to know about CodeRabbit, the sponsor of today's video.
Okay. I don't know what CodeRabbit is. What the hell's CodeRabbit? It's an AI thing. Okay.
Generate inline diagrams for your call flows.
No. Okay. That was it. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's a whole bunch of drama, llama stuff. Whatever. Yeah. Andrew channel Jared on his blog. Yeah, I can understand. I didn't know that there was such a not rivalry, but tension there. And that, yeah, I didn't know about this under the surface stuff. Yeah. I don't care that Bun like, it doesn't feel like, oh, so now Bun abandoned Zig, so now everyone should abandon Zig. Like, that's not what I get from this. It's more like, okay, well, Bun was a special case, and the circumstances of this rewrite is very special as well. So it's like, you shouldn't. I mean, I don't really get anything from this. It feels like I don't really. Yeah, the only thing I get is like they were bad at kind of maintaining the project, and they had a bunch of memory leaks, and instead of solving the issue, they spent a lot of money rewriting it into another language, which is Rust, and then I guess they will try there. So I guess we'll see how that goes. I guess, if that's better, then it's better, I guess, for them. But yeah, interesting. I guess you would kind of wonder why they chose Zig to start with in that case, but yeah. Anyway, basically Andrew said that Bun was making Zig's reputation bad and is glad that they lost Bun. I guess cool, yeah. They got acquired by an AI company, yeah. So it's a very special situation where it's like, what are the lessons here is really not really a lesson at all. Like, regards to how, Zig versus Rust or whatever. Yeah, let's get back to coding. Yeah, I'll do a little bit more and then I'll have to go, because I've been, let's see, I've been here for a while now. 5 hours, okay. But yeah, let's do a little bit more and let's see if we can, well, I'll do this draw optimization thing. We'll see how much better it's gonna be. And yeah. Yeah, exactly. Jared was blaming the language for its mistakes. Sorry, I'm just gonna say that, so I'll reiterate on that. So that was my impression as well. So I was like, but why? What is the problem with Zig? And then it turns out it wasn't a problem with Zig. It was a problem with their failing to maintain their code. So I was like, okay, because I was like, at the first time I heard that, I was like, okay, well, what was the issues? Like, what issues were you encountering when, in Zig? Like, is there like compiler miscompilations, or like what was the issue really? But yeah, no, it was just bad maintained. Okay, anyway. So scale gradient, right? This is actually very generic. Maybe this could actually be something happening in the draw function, actually. Oh, this is actually an update thing. Should not happen in here, actually. Yeah. This is actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a system for this. Scale gradient system. Also, we need bodies. And yeah, this is the iterator. value, we're gonna get the scale gradient. We're gonna get 40. And body scale plus equal whatever this was here. That. Alright. Then we'll remove you. And is this NeoVim? Yes. Alright, and then we need to add this here. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to add this over here as well. Gradient. Okay. And then we're going to update, and we call you somewhere. It could be actually in core, I guess. Sure, let's just put it here somewhere. Okay. So now that's happening outside of draw, and it's focused only on the things that actually have that component. So we've reduced the time here a lot more now. Do you have a guide or video on setting up ZLS? No. However, there's an easy way to do. So when it comes to Zig and different versions and stuff, I'm using ZVM, which you can look up and install. So this is the Zig version manager. There's probably other tools that you can use for this, but this works pretty well for me. And yeah, sometimes it has an update, so then it's pretty easy to update as well. But yeah, this you can use. Let's see. So if I use like list, so this shows all the versions that I have. You're using ZVM as well, yeah. If you say list all, you get all the things, and the ones that are ZLS tagged should work automatically. So yeah, so if you install a version that has ZLS tagged, you should get ZLS as well, if you have this set up properly. And then you have ZLS. So I'm assuming then you have the executable. And then for NeoVim, are you using NeoVim? Oh, see, yeah, okay, that's what I was gathering now, actually, when I was talking about. So let me go, actually, let's do like, hang on, 1 second. All right. So here's my NeoVim config, and then we have LSP somewhere. And I'm actually using a plugin which is kind of deprecated nowadays, I think. but it's called like LSP config, I think. I'm also using, keep in mind, I'm using like an older version of NeoVim as well. I'm using like 10, version 10. I think, I'm not sure, there's like, I don't know if there's like 2 versions up or something like that. I don't know, maybe it's 11 now. However, the thing is kind of the same here, but let's see, where's zig or else CLS. So I use LSP config, but it's kind of similar the way it is set up. So essentially you just have like, if you're using LSP config, you can just do this. It's pretty simple. And then I have some of these things. There's a site that you can look up. If you're using LSP config, there's a site, there's a GitHub where page or whatever, I think, that you can search up basically any language server that LSP config has support for, basically, or yeah. So then you can actually just copy the config there and paste it in. Let me see if I can find that actually. LSP config. There should be a website somewhere. Config. Yeah. Here it is. So if you look at this, and you have to install LSP config as well. You can find basically a ZLS in there. Okay, what kind of, actually, you know what kind of plugin manager are you using? No, plugins. I'm using Lazy. So if we go to ZLS now, sorry, LSP config. So this is the thing for LSP config. You can also look, I think LSP config might have also documentation for how to do that. But essentially in here, you can just search for ZLS. And there you go, here's ZLS. And it has a default config and yeah, okay, now they're saying something else if you're using, so vim.lsp enable ZLS, okay. So that's, I guess you can do this. What version of NeoVim do you have? Oh, you're not using anything. Okay. But you should be able to do this, probably, if you're using the latest version of NeoVim. So it's pretty simple then. I used to use Packer, was too lazy to move. I think Lazy is the only one I've used for NeoVim, because before I was using Vim. I used Vim for a while, like on and off, and I switched to VS Code whenever that was like kind of new. And then I switched to NeoVim when I decided to, hey, I'm just going to spend like a weekend on actually just making a config that I'm happy with. You got the latest? Okay. Well, I think if you have like version 11, maybe it's gonna be this one. Oh, new version has its own package manager. What? Did I just take Lazy and and have that? What? Its own package manager? What the hell? Okay, I guess that's good. Don't have to worry about that anymore. Because basically everyone is using some kind of package manager, so I guess that's good. Unless it sucks, but then you can also just use whatever you want if you don't want to use it. Okay. Now I get this shit. Okay, let's get rid of that. All right. Okay, there we go. We also got this fade gradient. Yeah, okay, let's make that system as well, I guess. Whoops. Fade gradient. No. Wait. Why are you like this? Source. Oh, because I changed. Okay, let me. Okay, let's. I'm just gonna do this. I changed the. Yeah. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna go in here. Fade gradient. Let's get fade gradient and renderable. Come on. No, context get const fade gradient. And renderable get that. All right. Now, oh yeah. So I also need to go in here and do fade gradient, except it's not here. It has its own autocomplete. In fact, I use the built-in autocomplete. Okay. Well, how does it compare to like CMP if you've used that? Also, how do you feel about that? Because it's like, it's kind of moving from being very modular to having a lot of batteries included, you know? Even though you still can do whatever you want with the config if you want, but still, that's kind of moving out kind of away a little bit of the philosophy of making your own config, even though you still can, but yeah. People probably won't, like if batteries are included, why choose something else, you know? Unless someone makes something that is way better. But then eventually they're probably going to integrate that as well. Okay, now this should exist, yes. Great. And then we go to update. This should probably also happen at the same point. Page. I think that too, as long as it's not forced. I think it's good. Yeah, probably. You can't use the autocorrect if you don't do config. Okay. Right, as long as it's easy to change. You have to specify that you're using it. Okay. Okay, so it's not batteries included then. It's not like out of the box. That's interesting. Like, maybe they make... Well, it would be interesting if they shipped with a standard config that you could modify, where they actually do enable a bunch of these nice-to-haves, so that you kind of get batteries included, but you can modify it however you want. But that would be kind of like, you know, kind of like their own like minimal version of like a lazy config, you know? Because then it would still be easy to change if you want to use something else. But you would also get a better, or I guess more convenient starting point. I mean, if they would do that, like that could be a thing that it could do. Because I think that also could make it easier for people to actually do their own config, because then you would have a place for the config to be in kind of the official place that the config is, and it's going to be like a starting point for your own config. Yeah, anyway. Because then with the Vim config, you had to kind of, I think you have to set some kind of environment variable or something. I don't remember exactly, but where to find your actual like, you know, your config, where it is. I think it searches for like different places or something like that. I don't remember exactly. Disadvantage also, the plugin I was using for the stop working, so the built-in one was live server. Oh, okay, with the new Neovim version. Okay, so what are we doing with these? Let's go over to draw, and we'll go to draw renderable. And we're doing this. So if it has a fade gradient, I guess we'll assume it has a sprite. New tint. Just so we don't break the line. Fade gradient alphas. Lapse time. So we alpha this with the alpha of the thing. Oh, right. Okay. We calculate the alpha that we want with fade gradient alpha gain elapsed time, and then put that in the alpha there. Okay. Cool. All right, so that's that, and it's also called and stuff like that. Okay, so already we've kind of reduced a lot of the things happening in draw. So what I'm gonna test this now first of all, just to see that it works properly here. Yep. So this is the desktop version to keep in mind. And I'm just gonna also now go to setup to enable the many things instead of the not many things. All right, we're still down to pretty much the same we had before, actually. So there's not a lot of difference there. So let's keep trying here. All right, so we have these things, which also is unnecessary for all different things. So let's look at this. This should only happen for enemies. So I'm going to now, oh yeah, also the player, wait, setup, create player. You know what? The player actually needs to have a... Oh, this is the sprite. Gonna get the sprite out here. And actually not add that. I'm gonna add a renderable, which is gonna be renderable, and the renderable is player, and the sprite is sprite, and then we add renderable here. Whoops, I accidentally quit. Okay, so there we go. Are you using raylib? Yes. Exactly, yeah. Okay, so we got an issue here. Size. Why do we have two? Oh, we don't care about wait. Oh. I see. But the scale is 1, so we don't care about that. There we go. Not Vulkan, no. Although I did implement Vulkan, like the Vulkan triangle in 12 hours in Zig for the first, well, yeah, it was my first experience with Vulkan. I had a tiny bit of experience with OpenGL before that. And I spent 12 hours on stream, which you can watch if you are what's it called? Macho sadist. So yeah, that was fun. If you are that. But yeah, I mean, they recommend if... Oh, you were there. Okay. Yeah. They recommend not really using Vulkan unless you're building something, you know, unique, essentially. Like if you're building something that actually needs that level, like, because people are treating Vulkan as like, hey, this is the new OpenGL. That's not really the case as far as they say it. Or masochist, right? Yeah. Thank you. You were the one helping me. Okay, yeah, thank you. So sorry for not remembering. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I don't really understand why people wanna go through that if it's not like super necessary. Like, yeah, I don't know. They basically say that you're not so like it's not really needed unless you want to make like a new graphics engine that you have full control over, or some kind of simulation that needs very like a real optimized way or something like that. So yeah, if you just want to be productive and make a game, then it's probably not a good idea to go with Vulkan, because it's gonna like take longer to do things, especially if it's your first time. I'm working on digital twin projects, so I need to know the low-level stuff optimization. Okay, cool. Digital twin projects. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but that sounds cool. Is that a company? Or what is that? Okay, so we have this. Now let's go back to the row renderable. And let's now implement. I'm gonna make a new tab here actually. Let's go to renderable, and we're gonna go to enemy. Gonna enable this. Go over here. It's probably gonna have a lot of the same structure as player. All right, and do this. I'm not gonna do this. Okay, there we go. What the hell is this? Oh, no function name layer. Oh, right. Whoops. There we go. I should probably rename all this to this, because then it's gonna be way easier to do that. But whatever, it's not. I'm just gonna do one more time. Famous last words, though. But whatever. Am I recording something, or why is ZLS not working here? I can't go to definition. There are no compilers. You make cities and projects, visualize in Unreal with IoT and sensors. Oh, digital twin. Now I understand the term. Wow. Cool. Yeah, I actually have a friend working in construction, like sort of like the planning stage. Sort of using like a tool. I forgot what it's called now. But yeah, that sounds really cool. Wait, but it says digital twin, so it's not like in planning. It's more like actual real data coming in. I see. Interesting. So what is it gonna be used? So what is it gonna be used for? I'm really curious. Unless it's confidential, everything from start to finish. So, but it's like, okay. Is it like you can see the progress during building, or it's just to see the project, like the progress? It seems like the ultimate kind of management, micromanagement tool. Maintenance and analysis for BMS. Okay. Oh, I see. Oh, so it's for like monitoring. Okay, okay. I see. Makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Cool. Integrate the planning. Primavera. Okay, is that like the planning tool? Okay, I'm gonna try. I need to go soon. I'm just gonna try and get this thing implemented here, and we can see if this optimizes anything at all. It doesn't seem to budge anything. I don't know. I might look into how to optimize this later, but let's see. Right, so this goes through all enemies. Yeah, so this is basically with the enemy in consideration, we will do this thing. So, and this, I think this comes after we draw the sprite. Yeah. So first we draw the sprite, and then we draw this here. So we get the enemy. And yeah, okay. We get the context, this may be context, or else we return, I guess. So get the enemy here, and now we have the enemy. Alright. And oh, we need the body as well. Of course. Actually, we don't need a body because we have the position. There we go. And we have the scale, and we have the rotation. There we go. Elapsed time is from game. Oh. There we go. Actually, I think there's a convenience. No, there's not. That was the wrong project. It's right. All right. There we go. So I can remove this function. I can remove this call. Cool. And then there's also the shield part, which also works for enemies. So this, we need to do this as well. I guess this happens after here. Let's do shield iterator. Sure. Probably not necessary to have that as a pointer, but okay, we can remove this part, and also this part is for the player. Wait. God damn it. I mean, there has to be a context. So I'm just gonna say this is, otherwise we just don't do anything, whatever. There has to be a context. So there we go. position, component, position, component. There we go. Okay. Now we can remove this. And we can remove you. And there we go. Now the last thing is the shard. Shard. There we go. This is happening with the shard. Here. Let's put this over there, and I'm just gonna remove all this crap. Now, does this happens after? Yeah. So we have the shard. I'm gonna do the same thing here. We have the shard. If we don't have a shard, we return. Actually, we have a shard, so I'm just gonna do this. We have the time. And a bunch of other shit happening here. Position. What is this? Oh, that's the game of the position. Context game. And you are no longer there. So there we go. And now you are at const. Okay. And don't use game. There we go. Okay. Up for debate, I was gonna say, but that's wrong. I'm just gonna F5 this to see if anything got improved at all. Barely. No. Barely. Like 1 FPS. Maybe I should run a proper profiler with Tracy here. Alright, Penguin, see you later. Thanks for stopping by. When the building is operational, we get to see everything. Cool, cool, cool. Nice. Is it mostly for what's it called? Factories? Yeah, 1 more FPS. That's good at least. I mean, yeah. But yeah, that wasn't it. So next time, I think that I'm gonna try to I'm gonna integrate Tracy here, and we're gonna find out exactly what is taking time and try to optimize that, because I'm very curious, because it feels like it shouldn't be, this should be possible to do. So but yeah, that's gonna be it for this time. So thank you very much for watching, and I hope you have a nice day, and I'll see you later. Bye bye. Thank you, Mabdo. See ya.